So it's 9:09 according to my clock. This is the official start to the session. It's a great way to start the morning, to start discussing strategy. I tell that from my experience working on movement strategy for 1.5 years now. So this is my favorite start to the morning, and I hope you will enjoy that. You will enjoy it as much as I will. This is a discussion about the future of CEE and having a more strategic approach to it. The main idea of discussion is that we have been quite operational in our way and organic in a way how we do things in CEE. But it seems that as the region is growing and really pushing its limits, we have participants from Iran and Sweden and all that, and people are interested in what we are doing. We also have many, so to say, emerging communities, so the people who have not been CEE meeting regulars. We have really kind of small communities. We have bigger chapters. It's really all over the place. So it's good to maybe think about the systematic approach to manage a bit this complexity and actually make the most of the diversity we have and find out ways how we can best support this regional collaborative and take things forward. So that is the kind of overall framing. Why are we having this discussion? I signed up kind of as a facilitator for this or the host for this, but I expect this to be more of a round table and then square table and I hope that we will come to some things that we will make the use of in-person time, and we can take some things out of this discussion that we can take forward in our normal online life. So the offline occasions are quite rare. So this is my hope. I was preparing the session a bit with Kirill. Do you want to add something to the framing? Because you're also kind of thinking the mic is there. So we are being also recorded, so that's why we are using microphones for documentation purposes.
Well, I think the main idea is not to discuss about the strategy that the Wikimedia Foundation wants to have completed in a couple of months or a year, but the point is how to empower communities to think strategically and to develop their own strategies, or to at least find a strategic way of working. So at the very beginning, it's very important to find out how many of you come from communities with Wikimedia affiliates who have some kind of strategic documents or any sort of strategic plans that you work in compliance with, so that we can continue about how other communities who have never thought about strategy or anything else inside their own community can try to develop it. I mean, this is sort of a question.
Yeah, so you want hand raise? Or comments about this also?
I mean, I think the best way is to have someone standing up and explaining do they have a strategy and what kind of strategy, what is the strategic period that they use, and how they work on complying with it.
Okay, so let's start with kind of overview what is happening in CEE on strategic level. This is a suggestion I'm hearing. Yeah. I would not ask people to stand up. I would just, the talking stick is fine for me. Is that okay for you?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, anyone wants to go first? Talk about their work on strategy in the local level? You? I can give mine.
Yeah. Hello, so for Wikimedia Ukraine is pretty simple. We are adopting our 3-year strategy today. We have a chapter general meeting taking place today to adopt the 3-year strategy, and we have been working on this for around a year. So it was like even the development of the strategy itself was an interesting period for us, and it was an opportunity also for our community to better understand where we stand compared to the global process and compared to the global challenges. And so our goal, we came up with vision and missions that are in line with the 2030 global strategy, and we have developed a 3-year plan, strategic plan. We obviously didn't comply with it yet, but we will comply. We are already thinking on how to integrate it into our next year's plan.
Anyone else?
Yeah, we are quite operational. That's the point. So,
Yes. So on that point, the funny thing is that when we were developing our strategy, our facilitators have told us that is the first time they are seeing an organization active for a community active for 10 years that never thought about strategic planning.
Can you summarize the main points
Of what we found?
of your strategy? Is it like
Well, the general thing it's working on the free knowledge of like infrastructure and stuff like that, in line with the 2030 strategy, and like on project by project, on like a specific goals level, we found out that basically our community is happy with what we are doing as projects. Like they are happy that we do editathons, article contests, and stuff like that. But they want all of this to be. We found out that we want all of this to be more focused on some specific purpose. So not like just making editathon in a random place to random people, but doing some more focused stuff. So like for pretty much every project we received a feedback on like how to, and we designed how to kind of redimension this to achieve greater impact.
thank you, Philip. Yeah.
Hi. So we from Wikimedia Serbia have developed a strategy a few years back, basically when the strategy process of the foundation started, had just begun. So we weren't able to be aligned with whatever was the product of that because we couldn't foresee what's going to come out. But once it got out, we were like, yeah, this is pretty much not in line with the foundation's strategy, but it's not strictly in line. We didn't think about knowledge as a service, etc. So the strategy that we have expires next year, end of next year. So we will devote a lot of time next year to developing a new strategy and to see whether how we can adapt the current one, and take into account all that's been produced by the strategy team and the strategy process for the global movement, and hopefully we'll have some recommendations in place by the time we start, so that we don't have to sort of dance in the dark, so that we can definitely try to implement some of those recommendations, at least the ones that could be implemented on a local level.
There are still some seats around the square table if you want to join us here. And also here. Does anyone wants to share their strategy story from the local context? Anyone else? We have Ukraine, we have Serbia.
Give me a minute, I won't say much. We did some steps after the summit. We gathered some feedback from the members that wanted to give some. But then we had it's a large Greek summer. I hope that the next month we'll have to proceed more. The main things we concentrated was to expand our partnerships and what you said, to be more to organize things that will be more prepared, not a random thing, in order to know that nobody can be sure that the editathon or what he organizes will be successful. But if he's prepared from before, he might have a better result.
Thank you. And Francesc from Catalan community.
Well, I'm not Central or Eastern Europe, but I can tell also my experience. We had a first strategic plan like a lot of years ago, and once it expired, we started our new strategy plan. It was at the beginning of the year, and in our case, it was easy to design because we had already like seen what we needed for this new period. We are focusing on readership and engagement of the readers and the non-editing community. But what will be more difficult to implement is the implementation. Well, we have see what we need, but how to build what we want to achieve will be a little bit more difficult. But we are on the way, so it's just working.
Yeah, so we have had a couple of points. What we have heard is more focus on the activities we are doing. Also looking into partnerships to have a wider impact, and implementation on the go, kind of. And then also really looking out for connections with a global strategy or Wikimedia Foundation strategy, trying to create connections across things. I would like to share a story about the urgency of a strategy, or why actually we need strategy. And it's I've also in my school time I did some folkloristics, so it's a fairy tale. So I think it's a good thing to start with strategic thinking. Let's start with fairy tales. And this fairy tale actually talks about a guy who was ready to go to the world. And his father gave him a big bag of grains, like take this bag, but just don't take it. If you actually need to go out in the world and find a tree with golden birds singing on it, and then next to it is a field, and you plant it and you get 10 times the crop. So go there and you will be sorted out for your life. And the guy was really thankful, and this was really great start for the life, and he started walking. And in the beginning it was really nice. He sang, it was cool, the bag on the back just went and went and went. But the sun was shining and it was quite warm and hot, and it became heavier and heavier as he went. And by the second day he was already quite tired. So when in the middle of the third day he arrived to a tree where there were bronze birds chirping and chanting, he was, yes, that is finally the place. I can put the bag down. He put the bag down, started planting the seeds, like did half of the field, half of the seeds away. The birds were singing, no, 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 don't do that. This is not your field. This is not your field. But it was already too late when he realized it was already half bag gone. But maybe it's not the right place. He moved on. He went maybe another week, like with a half bag. It was a bit easier, but still it's quite rough to go with grains on your back. And he came to the silver tree and he was so exhausted. Well, finally this is the right place. And then he started spreading the grains there and did more than half of what was left. And the birds were saying, no, 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 this is not your field, this is not the place, but he still did that. And in the end, when after a month of travels, he came to a place where there were golden birds singing, there was only the grains left that gave him the amount of grains back, so he couldn't multiply it by 10. And for me, I think the main thing here is that we are not so privileged and resourceful with CEE and with many things run by volunteers, especially in smaller communities. We are not so resourceful as not to afford a strategy and not to figure out what are the right places where our efforts go. I think that this is really important to keep this community healthy and thriving. And this is also one of the reasons why I want to have this discussion. And this is also what we are hearing from the strategic thinking of the chapters or members of this region, that there needs to be a focus. We need to focus our efforts. We need to think about who else can we engage. Nobody said that we need to achieve our vision alone. We can engage other people, we can bring them in. And also we can build on the work that has been already done or is being done by others vis-a-vis the movement strategy and the thinking and efforts that have gone there. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. So this is my feeling about the urgency or the need for a strategy in CE. Does anyone have any comments or reflections on this? Other views on why the strategy for CE might be useful, or more strategic approach, systematic approach might be useful?
So we need to make clear, do you mean by creating a general strategy of the CE region, or about specific strategies by the CE communities?
So I think it's both are interconnected, and one can build on each other.
Yeah,
I think that what we need to do, what is feasible for us to do, is use the resources that we have overall in the region, figure out how we can spread them across the region. So this is more on the movement level, and I think that from this also the strategic approaches on the local level can emerge, like there will be capacity and competence to do that.
Yeah, I think it's good to have a bottom-up approach, like to start with the CE communities and then to try to extract the most important things and the needs that these communities have in order to shape the CE strategy. At the end of this day, we're going to have a brainstorming discussion on how to think about the future of the CE. So this is a valid topic of discussion and something that we need to care about, because we still don't have any clear goals on what the CE is supposed to achieve after a certain period of time. So if we intend to develop a strategy, then this is something that we definitely need to clearly define. So the strategy has to be directed to something that we want to achieve after some midterm or long-term period. Let's say 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any other comments regarding the strategic approach for CE overall? If not, I would like to build on what Kirill said. That what we have been doing is we have been collecting the information. Previously, for the conferences, when designing the program, we have had the questions and needs survey to design for the program, which also was trying to surface the overall needs of the communities. We have had discussions at these meetings regarding some of the problems and some of the opportunities, challenges and opportunities. What we have been lacking is, I think, a systematic approach to go forward with this collected data and to make something of it. It really, we have been building on these basically one-time events and also gatherings on the bigger global events like Summit or Wikimedia Conference and Wikimania. But it often happens that this is where the region-wide collaboration actually happens, and we have not really managed to make the most of the data that is actually given to us. So one of the key questions for me is, yes, if we do a bottom-up approach, then we actually have to have some structure that will manage this data that is surfacing and helps to bring this together in a form that is more helpful than just one-off statements from different communities. So this is, I think, that it has been really lacking in this approach.
Yeah, exactly. So if we intend to develop a strategy for the CE region, we need to have some kind of a body who is going to work on it. The point is, so it's not supposed to be like a CE board or anything else, but at least to have liaisons who are going to collect information and work on meeting community needs in certain areas. I don't think it's going to be something very difficult to achieve. Some people have already come up with ideas on how to do this, but it's definitely worth having a such body, so such a structure that is going to work on this strategy. And another very important thing that we forgot is we also need to care about the core community, the editors who are mostly active online and do not get involved in offline activities. Because at the end, it's about content quality, diversity, editor retention, and topics that are mostly related to the core community.
Could you tell me what you're thinking about when you say strategy for CE? Because in theory, it shouldn't be at least more than related to the strategic direction. So that couldn't be something entirely different, and it should be basically connected or developed based on the strategic direction. Like it's not, I wouldn't call it top down, but it's in a way starting from the strategic direction and thinking what it means for the CE. And so what you described, Kirill, sounded me like something totally new, something totally different, and I think that shouldn't be the thing you're looking for. But I don't know. What do you have in mind?
I would probably also want to comment on this, that we are not supposed to build something different, but we're probably more supposed to see like how do we adapt to this strategic direction, how we fit it to the CE region. So I don't think that if we put together the 30 communities of or so of our region and organize the same strategic discussion, like which would take months, like and years, like the foundation, so on, we would come up with something like fundamentally different. What would probably happen is that we would find out some particularities of our regions that we need to address, and some maybe more key points in the strategy for our region. But I don't think we should build something fundamentally new and fundamentally different.
Yeah, and this is what I also heard from Philip, that we need to find ways how to connect that. And I also think that it's not the best use of CE resources to do something disconnected and not build on the work that others have been doing. So I agree with that. But it's also the question of what do these things mean in the context, because also Kirill was talking about content quality, content diversity, all these things, but strongly, in my opinion, strongly relate to, for example, knowledge equity.
It's in fact equity. In fact, it's equity, yeah.
So there are things that are related to that, but I agree with Cornelius that it would really make sense to use the strategic direction and then the things done on the movement level as part of a framework, as not to start with reinventing the wheel and burning the people out on the first step of trying to just have the white paper and come up with something there.
Yeah, well, no one said that we don't need to connect it to the strategic direction and the whole strategy process, but we need to find ways on how to think strategically, because we have many people in the movement who complain about the strategic process and the lack of involvement by communities, or they try to explain it that the Wikimedia Foundation is not prone to inviting communities to participate, but at the end the main problem is that there is no significant strategic input by the communities, and this is something that we need to care about. So it's not that if we don't care about strategy, it doesn't mean that we're not going to have a strategy. But the point is that the Wikimedia Foundation will do most of the job in developing this strategy. So the point is how communities can help build the strategy in the next phases. I mean, this is something that we just try to watch what the foundation is doing and what is there going on with the strategy, but nobody tries to think on how this strategy affects the community and how we can have a better input in it, how we can develop our own strategy to think strategically and do something that can enrich it.
Yeah, so I hear you that there is a certain disconnect between different discussions. a wonderful thing about the communities, and this is also what we are experiencing in the CEE, that it's really practice oriented often, and this also means that the insights that communities are often giving are more relating to the implementation of certain points rather than visiting it on a higher level, or this is a principles discussion and value discussion. So these are two different levels where communities can give really good input and perspective. What is a bit problematic with a wide range consultation is to have a meaningful discussion about the systematic approaches and how to do certain things. So that the how is often on the level of in our project, these are the things that need to happen or cannot happen, and then it's hard to facilitate the conversations to a higher level, which does not mean that this should not happen, because this is also valuable information that can inform the how on a higher level. So yeah, but it's quite exhaustive process, and what needs to be done well is framing the conversations in the right way. And this has been the failure for the online consultations for a movement strategy, that this was not properly framed, and the follow-up was not there in online conversations. One of the things was that we were trying, because these conversations need facilitation to come to the level we are currently discussing movement strategy, we were having our focus on the in-person events. So actually approximately 50 in-person salons were held over the course of the summer, and this is where efforts went, and this is where we had better capacities and understanding how to work with these conversations. And in online it did not happen in a way, and I understand that also as deprivation of some important information that exists, because we are also strongly an online community, and we need to take that into account.
Well, I think the main problem is that we lack empirical evidence to base our strategy on. We lack empirical evidence, so we don't base our strategies on best practices or some lessons learned from the past.
Yeah, so
we try to model something which should be optimal, but we don't know if it really is going to be optimal and how to achieve it.
I would disagree with that. So in my experience, at least by design, we have brought in the people who have long experience in doing things in Wikimedia world in different contexts. So this is the design of the working group model. This is why these people are there. They are experts on their field. And we have brought people from East Asia to Americas, from Africa to European presence, and there are people who have been doing really good work on ground with affiliates and with the communities. And also we have the foundation staff expertise to a low extent, and this has so it might not be so explicit, but I think that the suggestions we are making, the recommendations we are making, so just building towards the recommendations, I think these conversations have been at least implicitly based on strong empirical experiences from the actual work that these people have been doing on ground for years.
I don't think so. I mean, the problem is that there is a strong opposition to the whole process, and one of the main arguments is that it looks like a fantasy world where many things do not work in practice. So I don't know if you have read the opposition to the strategy. So they're pretty experienced people who have been around for many years, like more than 15 years. And the main idea is that the core community, which needs to be the main focus of every strategy, is not included in a way that anyone expected. So I know that you can bring a lot of expertise, you can base your consideration on things that you think are important to include in the strategy process, but the point is that you can never have the reach that you want to have. And the point is that the main complaint is that the strategy is based on a top-down approach instead of a bottom-up approach.
Yeah, but Tobias, was your comment also related to this, or is it a separate comment? Because Darius and Cornelius are building on this one.
Difficult to say no.
Okay, so then Darius, Cornelius, and then Tobias.
I want to comment in my capacity as a professor of management, teaching strategy for the last quarter of century. Strategy is fantasy world. That's what it is. It is creating a narrative that needs to be persuasive to others. And it's ultimately true. If the majority of stakeholders is dissatisfied, it's not good. I don't think it's accurate to say now that this is so. I think of course there are people who are dissatisfied. The question is why? Is this because the strategy is badly prepared, as you're indicating? Is it because of the direction? Is it because they're grumpy? There are many, many possible reasons. I think that it is only natural if we have strategy that is aimed to be bold and provide change. One thing is certain, some people will be dissatisfied. And it's a given. It's an absolute certainty. So in all cases like this, we have to be very careful. We have to be very open and listen to why people are dissatisfied. Because they may be grumpy, they may be just afraid of change. There could be also very valid reasons why they are dissatisfied. And in this case, I do not know, honestly. I think none of us really knows. It's happening, it's a process. But the argument that it's a top-down approach, to me, honestly, doesn't hold water at all. I think this is the first time in the world, in the history of humankind, that a strategy was prepared in such a collaborative way. The first time. Several thousands of history, this is the first time that it has ever happened in such a large group of people, such a huge effort. This also tells us that this is extremely prone to mistakes because we're pioneers. This is the first time we're doing this, and there will be mistakes. We know that. It's taking longer than we assumed. Am I frustrated with that? Horribly, as everybody involved in this process is. The question is, what should we do now? Drop everything? Quit shop, close it? I mean, yeah, it was nice. I mean, let's just get back to business as usual. I don't think it's necessarily the best option. Should we listen to voices of discontent? Of course. And I think it is very important. And I'm grateful to you that you're expressing this concern, because this is the way we can engage. But honestly, if you tell me how we can be less top-down and more bottom-up, I'm very open to listen to that, because this is what we've been trying to do, and apparently, in some people's eyes, we're not delivering.
No, I didn't want to.
Yeah,
I skipped. I said no. I skipped. Me too.
Well, what I think is often an issue is just that it is formulated in such a generic way, oftentimes, you know, that it seems like sometimes the strategy could be more opinionated, and like I would think that also, because there was a comment about measuring if the strategy might already start to work or is already working. It's just a huge challenge to measure something that is formulated in such a generic way. I mean, how do we, if we think about outreach or skill sharing, how do we measure if we are already improving that with our strategy, or have we been doing a good job of doing that beforehand? So maybe the strategy also should include ways of measuring it, you know, that there are some concrete numbers that we look out for, because otherwise people might look at the wrong numbers. I mean, we could measure the success of a conference by the amount of flight tickets we buy, but that might be the wrong measure to measure the success of a strategy.
Well, I would like to comment on Darius' comment. Yes, I agree that strategy is being developed with a lot of collaboration between different groups, but it doesn't imply that the strategy is being developed in a bottom-up approach. So the point that I would like to highlight here is that there was no election at which the entire global community was asked to select the members of the working groups or the strategic liaisons or people to other positions who are crucial for the development of the strategy. So I don't think that this is something that is required, but it's also very important to make sure that the community feels that they have a clear input in developing the strategy. And this is something that we haven't achieved during the course of the last couple of years since we started with the strategy. I know this can be changed, so it's not something that is written in stone, and we cannot make anything to work on improving it. But the thing is that the entire thing with this strategy resembles to, for example, the European Union. You have a lot of bureaucracy because ordinary people vote for EP members, and then all the other positions are people to all other positions are elected by a small group of people. So this is something that the population doesn't want, and in the same way, the core community is not satisfied with it.
Yeah,
well, there are many comments coming from the community that there should be more RFCs on Meta about important questions, and that most of the proposals come from either the Wikimedia Foundation or the committees who represent the community.
But the number of comments, I'm so sorry, Roman, the number of comments is minimal. Many apologies. I'm actually perplexed that the community is not engaged more, and you're telling me there is a large number of comments. If I look at the number of comments on Meta, I'm surprised there is so little oftentimes. There are some proposals which have just 2, 3. So I don't think the community is over-engaged. And that's my only comment here.
I didn't say that it's over-engaged. I say that they address serious arguments in opposition to the process, but it seems like nobody cares about them. That's my impression. I don't say that people overly engaged. I think that if you come to every single community and ask the core editors, what do you think about the strategy? They say that they don't have enough time to think about anything else than editing. And it's fine. Most of the people simply don't want to engage in offline activities. They don't care about strategy, about development. They just are living their own way and want to contribute by and to invest their free time that they have. But if you think about something strategically, then you also have to at least try to find ways on how to communicate with these communities and how to address the arguments in opposition that you have.
Well, what I hear here that we are kind of not happy with how the strategy went. We haven't got enough time, so we are kind of trying to revoke it. But I guess we cannot revoke it, like we cannot revoke what's going in the European Union, what's going in the Brussels. So the question is if our work will be like we'll be crying out how the things were bad and we are revoking it when we haven't got the time, or if we try to do something with that, because if we'll stay here doing nothing, just saying, well, we didn't like the process, we haven't got enough time, our voice was not heard, nothing will change. There are chapters which have some strategies, there are user groups which probably haven't because they don't have a time or personnel for that, but still you have some ideas what you're doing in the future, what would you like to do. Your idea is that you need kind of more time or people, and that should be kind of the input into that strategy. So that's a question what the CE community wants, if we will be crying out that that's bad. The strategy will go on even kind of without us, so because there are other communities from other parts of the world, so we can choose where we'll be crying, like say, we are not satisfied with that, or whether we'll try to do something with that. Similar approach with the European Union. I would say my community also, many people cries there that what the Brussels do, but it's like the collaborative work, so even the CE members of the European Union could be heard in the West when they speak loudly, I would say.
I mainly have one question for you, and you're talking a lot about the core communities. And I'm not really clear what you mean by that, because you're speaking about those people who are at the moment commenting negatively on Meta, and you're seeing them as the core community. That's because I know that, and I'm speaking here with my volunteer hat definitely, and about the German community, where I know those people who go to Meta and scream loudly, they are not the people I would consider the core community of the German Wikipedia. They're a certain subset, and I know I'm talking to a lot of other people in my volunteer capacity who just, as you said, there are people who don't care about that stuff because they just want to edit, they want to write their articles. There are other people who are very active with organizing things, doing workshops, but again, they don't care about the big picture, they just want their small part of it. And so I'm really confused with what you mean by the core community.
My simple definition about the core community is all the people and contributors who made the most to justify the money that we have raised through the fundraising programs. So it's like the most active, the most prolific contributors to Wikipedia, to Wikimedia Commons, to Wikidata, and to other projects. So it's not supposed to be like an editor who only engages in online activities. So we also have many people active in offline activities like extending partnerships or liberating content. But these are the people that contribute the most to justify the money that we receive from the donors. I know it's a bit difficult to get this. Yeah, it's a complex topic. It's never going to be clear what we mean by core community. Someone may have a different definition, but these are the people that justify the most the money that we receive from the donors. So for example, when we have a donor, for example, I donate money to the movement because I'm satisfied with the content on the English Wikipedia, or that article on the French Wikipedia, or with these beautiful pictures on Wikimedia Commons, and that motivates me to donate money to the movement, because it's a great thing to develop something which can be used by all people in the world.
So I have to agree with Dariusz on this, because I really think maybe you don't see me, sorry. I really think that sometimes people don't want to do these things because, for example, I was involved in strategic process for the Wikimedia Serbia 2 years ago, and we really tried to, you know, to get people involved, core community involved. But after the community survey, let us call that way, they just did, I don't know, they told us about some things that are not strategic. And they really think, maybe I'm too honest, but some of them think this is a boring process, and maybe it is, because not everybody can think strategically, which is normally, and it is completely okay and fine if people, I just want to edit Wikipedia or Wikimedia Commons, or they want that satisfaction for themselves. But maybe in this strategic process, we have to, you know, figure out some kind of approach, different approach, not strategic approach, but different approach. Like, tell me what is the best for you. Is it just editing? Is it something else? What we can do? For example, in Wikimedia Serbia, a lot of volunteers and Wikipedians, we had some technicals, I don't know what to say, that we saw some technicals, things that can be done in Wiki project, and we saw some progress in that. But we need that more. For example, we can say, okay, let's evolve that aspect. But the approach has to be different to the people who are not, maybe they don't want to be strategically, they don't want to strategically think, which is completely okay. But other than that, I think that maybe in this session we can talk about how CEE can be strategically involved in strategic process. Maybe we want, we are talking a lot of the process, but not of the CEE being involved in that, and how it will be I mean, it will affect us in the future.
I have one. Yeah. So about how CEE can be involved and how all these groups were formed. So I happened to be on the team which was forming these working groups back in 2018. And what we were looking for is exactly out of the pool of the candidates to find a pool of people who are representative of the movement. So people who, we try to make sure that all regions are represented. In particular, every working group has someone from the CEE. Then we try to found out the different profiles are represented, that there are active chapter members, and different active user group members, WMF staff members, volunteers, chapter staff members, individual contributors, experts, and so on. So I think that working groups we have are representatives of the entire movement, and CEE is present there, so I don't think there can be any doubt on this. What we can do for the CEE is firstly to make promotion for this by our channels, because indeed nobody has means to translate every strategy communication into all 30 CEE languages if we don't do it ourselves. So if we don't say, like, look, we want to use several hours of our community resources to translate these recommendations into our language. That's what we have done in Ukrainian, that we asked volunteer translators to translate these recommendations into Ukrainian and show them to the people so that they understand what the recommendations are. And it really facilitates the discussion in this case. And of course, you may help maybe do some local meetup or whatever to gather feedback from people if they are not comfortable in contributing English on Meta. That also works. But if people just say, oh, we don't care, then they have nobody to blame for that. If they don't care, well, they will get the result they get.
I think we are getting carried away too much. And another very important thing that we should discuss here is what is the final strategic product that we are supposed to have after the process ends. Are we going to have some sort of a publication or any list of recommendations? Because if you look at the strategic documents published by the UN, World Bank, and other relevant international institutions, you can see that they published like publications in 300 or 400 pages with clear directions on what people, countries, and organizations should do to accomplish the strategic goals. So what we are supposed to have after the process ends. For now we have strategic direction, we have recommendations by the working group, but what is the final product?
So the recommendations, we are working on the synthesizing or harmonizing them. There will also be assessment on different levels, risk, impact, a rough financial analysis, things like this, just based on what is there. But the conversations, because we are a global movement that appreciates our local presence, there will be further conversations around contextualization during the implementation phase. So basically what is now being created is a framework of how can we move towards a strategic direction. It's an enabler, but there needs to be further things done during the actual implementation in context, and this might be different for each and every context. And this is also where all the metrics and all these things come in, because we cannot say that this is a global metric that we will buy 500,000 airfare tickets. This is not useful in that context.
Exactly. That's I think that's a really good point. You know, we might just have to find our own metrics. If we have this CEE meeting, and then we can, for example, say that in this coming year will do a couple of edits on Polish Wikipedia, and we would then count this as one person that has kind of crossed a language or cultural border, then maybe that should be one of our metrics, because it's a very maybe CE specific metric, which I think we can all agree on would be a success. And I think, like, especially when we come into this phase of metrics, we should really we should all pay attention, because I think there's a lot of good stuff we could do here in our local context.
Yeah, but what is the final product still? You didn't answer it directly. What we invest the money for, what we invest our time for, what we expect to have at the end. Is it going to be a page, a publication? Because the 2010-2015 strategy was a 20-page brochure with 4 clear strategic areas. The first one was increase quality, increase participation, improve quality, increase reach, and empower innovation. That was the 2010-2015 strategy. A small brochure, yeah. 5, okay. I forgot the 5th. So, what is supposed to be this strategy, the 2030 strategy? I mean, the final product.
So, what it will be is synthesized recommendations for a certain thematic areas. It's actually a quite long answer, but basically this is what we are doing here is discussing the enablers for a work we are going to do. This is a structural reform. This is not strictly actually strategy what we're currently doing. This is getting the vehicle ready. This is the conversation we are currently having.
So you still don't know, and we all still don't know what it's going to be, right?
We quite know already. So in its current format, it might change because it's a complex process, but we will have a framing with a process description why it's done it like that. We have a narrative of a change 2030. This is basically also from phase 1. Regarding the content, we will have executive summary, strategic direction connected to recommendations. What is a clear connection between recommendations and strategic direction? Possibly also principles emerging from working group discussions. Principles that are kind of on a lower level than strategic direction and providing the framing, overall framing for recommendations. We will have insights to explain the purpose, connection of strategic direction to recommendations also there. So the insights level, why are we doing this? What is the theory of change? We will have recommendations combined based on connections and overlaps. We will have visualizations where necessary, and we will have risk, financial feasibility, possible impact assessment, and legal review where needed. We will have appendices of citations and references to the actual thematic area recommendations. We will have list and description of the content moved to the that needs to move to the implementation phase, because it's a longer discussion and we cannot fully resolve the issues at this current moment. This is the current concept of the product. Was that specific enough?
Is it possible to simplify? Because it's a bit complex.
I think you need to imagine it like that. You have on the one hand side, the strategic direction, which still guides us and will guide us over the next years. And on the other hand, you will have these recommendations by spring 2020. And then a couple of them, as Karel said, need to be implemented globally, because they are global, basically on a global level. And a couple of them you need to implement regionally. And that means within the next 2 years, that's what I expect, yeah? Is that you as a CE region need to address these implementations on a regional level and ask yourself, what does that mean in the CE region? That means if you set up something that is called a regional hub, what does it mean in the CE region? What does, let's say, a grant process in the CE region, a CE-specific grant process looks like, and that's what you could be busy with in the next 2 years, 3 years, and that's basically, I would say, that's the answer to the question, to the session, the strategic approach for the CE, because everything that you will or would like to do should always be connected to the movement strategy. You cannot set up something totally different. So basically, going down from what was decided, will be decided globally, is the answer for your region.
How do you mean everything needs to be in a function of the movement strategy?
Crystal,
I want to comment that I think there is a huge issue with misunderstanding certain notions and words. There is a very specific vernacular related to strategy process, and those of you who, for example, the phrase theory of change, for those of you who do not follow Kurt Lewin and action research literature, is just a word and that doesn't ring a bell, right? And I think what we call strategy in this particular exercise that we're having as a movement now is not necessarily what many people call strategy. In business circles, when I consult about strategy, oftentimes I will tell them exactly about specific goals and measures and deliverables, because this is what we traditionally call strategy. What we're creating here is more of a strategic direction, a vision, and you're asking about what the output will be. I think, ideally, when I teach about strategy, I tell them one thing. Strategy is about making difficult choices. It's not about deciding, yeah, we're going to do this nice thing, which we were going to do anyway. It's about choosing one thing while you know that by choosing this path, you have to resign from another equally tempting path. And in this particular context, what we're getting is a vision that will persuade, hopefully, a large part of the movement about the direction we're going and about the direction we're not going. So the ultimate result is about deciding whom we want to become. It's about deciding whether we are a value-driven movement, whether there are values that we want to say that are so important to us that we'll never break this path. Is it the freedom of speech? Is it the human rights? There's a huge discussion with the movement on what is important. And we see it every single time a banner is proposed to be somewhere or a blackout is proposed. And we have to discuss this, obviously, because we have different values, different ideas, what the movement should be. But ultimately, I think the strategic outcome of this exercise will be that we have a much better alignment of where we want to go. Technologies, particular goals and deliverables, this is secondary, only to knowing where we want to get.
I wanted to question a bit the process of this session. What has happened is very typical. I think it's what we've seen a lot. We have someone who is representative of the strategy process, starting with questions, bringing in ideas. We have a couple of, and I think the people here in the room, can we agree that those are all core contributors? Because I think we were all, except the staff members like me, but everyone else was selected to come here because they are core contributors, because they are important to their communities. They are the people who are driving the things in the communities. But we have not heard from them. We have heard from you, who is very critical and has reason to be critical and whose voice needs to be heard. And we've heard mostly from people who are defending the strategy also because they are in some way connected with the whole process in their capacity of whatever. We have not heard a lot. We have heard some voices, and I'm really happy about those who told what's happening in my community. But actually, I would love so much, this is the session where the core community could speak up and say, this is something that I want to happen now. This is how I want strategy to move forward. This is how strategy can affect my community, what I can take away, or this is things that don't work for my community, and please take this into the process. And I just don't know why we always end up in leaving those voices unheard, because there's the big discussion, should we have this process at all?
So, well, I will kind of follow this with this direction. I understand that for us, all the strategical process is probably incredibly bureaucratical, and we don't have a time for that, and not understandable. But what I have understood from the recent talk of the guys here is that, well, you're doing strategy because you want to know what you're going to do in the next years. So the Wikimedia Foundation, what they are going to do in the next years together with us. So they need to know what kind of programming or coding they have to focus. And of course, what kind of grants, how to design the grants and so on. And it seems to me from this exchange that we're kind of, as a region, kind of cutting the branch under our feet if we are if we are just revoking the approach and not getting a part of the approach. But I think it's maybe the time not to stop this battle, but to start to work on that. And if that process is too difficult and not understandable for us, let's use this time, put on table, I don't know, 3 problems, 3 needs from every user community or chapter, mix them somehow, and then discuss who can kind of bring our goals and needs to that strategy. So, for example, I'm looking at you from Slovene user group, right? And you were on my session with time management, and you were saying that you have some problems with managing things. So maybe you could put that as a problem. We could work together, or maybe, because if you would like to work on that in the future, on this problem, and the question is whether you would like to become a chapter, or whether you need more people, or whether you need employees. And if you know what you want, for example, or how to fix the problem, you will probably need the grants from the foundation, but they need to know that. So my proposal now is that maybe everybody here think about some problems and think about some needs, what you have, about 3, 4, write it down, then present it, recollect it, and we can talk about it.
I would like to answer in slightly different direction, that we are speaking not about just only our needs, but we are more speaking about what we want from us as a region. So I would probably think that coming to the session, I was expecting that we would more talk about what we as individual contributors, as community affiliate members, as as representatives of our communities, would expect from the CE as a group, as an organization, as an umbrella, or whatever we find it. Because that's what is about the strategy of the CE, what CE will become. Because in one of the versions of the recommendations, I don't know if they will become final, the CE was supposed to become a kind of small WMF in the Central and Eastern Europe, which would be a completely different setup from what we are now. But if we would like to run a 3-year process to come up with a strategy completely different from the foundation one, not sure we will be relevant in 3 years. Because now we have an opportunity to say that our region is relevant for the movement. But if we go and say, like, look, we don't want to be the part of this process, probably our region would simply not be relevant in a few years. So I would expect, like, to ask us to maybe understand what we want CE to achieve.
So I've been silent and kind of taking in the temperature of the room from the back here, which has been really insightful. And of course, just thinking of the title of this session, which is Future of CEE, and the strategic approach for CEE. You know, I fast walked over here because I was so eager to know, as the new Chief of Community Engagement, what does the community in this region of the world want? And my role is to sit in the back and listen to the aspirations of the region, and to the extent any of those aspirations can be supported, financed, skill building, anything, convenership, supported through the foundation, I was ready to take notes. Because I think there will be a session later as well where we sit and discuss what this is. I did the same thing on the future of Wiki Arabia. So again, of course, as we talk about the strategic future and the strategic aspirations and goals of this region, more convenership, greater technical tools, more technical tools, a whole new module on affiliate governance and strengthening, capacity building on how does a user group, you know, navigate that journey towards becoming a chapter, to tell us what those are so that we can see how we can be in service. Of course, there's this bigger dialogue hovering above like a spaceship, which is the movement strategy, but it's taken almost 2/3 of the debate. And I just want to support my friend to say, you know, for the last little bit, if we can really hear what are those major things, I think that would give us all sort of an interesting conversational route forward. At least that was my expectation of what the session was, Carol, when I clicked on the description. So
this was also a bit my expectation. Why I let it roll, it went a bit out of hand. But why I let it roll is kind of it's informing a bit of how we actually want to do this in the CE region. And the how is really important because we have surfaced needs for years, but they have not been systematically addressed in the region. So, but I think it's a final time to get to the content and continue the content discussion also in a 4 o'clock session for a future of CE. So there is a session coming up, but it's too much process. We need to get to the content. I agree.
Well, I just want to reiterate that I think the biggest problem is always this conflict between the very generic and the very specific, you know, that we always want to write it and we want to, I guess, yeah, then it's a vision and it's a path that we choose, and we, you know, we have this in such generic, large or upper scale terms, but then people come in again with like very specific needs and and that's just like I always think it's just a constant conflict in this debate, you know, that it's maybe just like just one level too generic to be like really like useful, and if it really is something useful that will come out of this whole thing, it's going to be really important how we can measure its usefulness. like also like as a kind of explanation why we maybe have so much conflict is just because it's so difficult to do this step from this very, very specific scale to this very generic scale, and then doing it in the reverse to measure if this very generic thing works in the very specific.
Well, I will try to. Well, basically, can I ask you something? What's you work in that Slovene user group, right? So, what are your expectations for the future? Are there any ways how the neighboring, let's say, chapters can help to your user group, and what problems you have there?
I did mean to speak up. I'm from what you mentioned, or has been mentioned as a group that is perhaps not so large to have a concept really of what we want in a strategic way. So my personal view of the CEE movement is in some way as a conduit to the global part of the movement. So, because in this region we have a specific situation. We are a bunch of small nations, small user groups, and in this large group, individual voices tend to get overheard, you know, and so I see the CEE movement as some kind of a unifier, so to make our voices better heard in the global movement, but also perhaps for a community like ours, we sometimes need a bit of a push, you know, to really express what we need, what we want. I will stop short of saying that the CEE movement should act as a parent to us, but it is in a way that, you know, so we need some people who are used to this strategic way of thinking, you know, to maybe push us to express ourselves. So a bit of a more personal touch to the whole process.
So what I understood from all these discussions and also from the sessions yesterday is that if there would be something like possible positive outcome that we can have from this regional cooperation and these regional hubs that I think should work for the CE group is to figure out how we'll be able to interchange like our experiences and our ideas. I know it sounds incredibly vague, but think about one thing. In every our community we are doing pretty much the same things: education, media acquisition, tech and stuff. But the things are only reaching our community, they are not reaching out. And we end as pickles in pickle jars. We have like 27 pickle jars, or how many, I don't know how much countries we are. And we are constantly doing the same thing instead of like sharing what we are doing. So we are wasting so much effort in this. So I think if there would be a CE hub, the first thing we should start is to figure out how to do things for all of us and how to be able to communicate it to all of us so that we wouldn't be wasting resources and efficiency. I think we should start with this.
Okay.
So, if I have a microphone, I will speak. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I will speak, but I won't speak for a long time. Let's say, can I ask you what's your point on that? I mean, from which community you are? Yeah, Kazakhstan. So what do you have? Do you have any needs or problems there which we can cover, how we can help you, other CE group here, or can you have something to that? No? Well, I'm not pushing you actually. If you don't want to speak, that's fine, or completely just...
We have some maybe challenge. Our government decided to change our alphabet from Cyrillic to Latin. So we have already converter in Kazakh Wikipedia in 3 scripts: Cyrillic, Latin, and Arabic. But Latin alphabet in Wikipedia, it's different from government Wikipedia, government Latin.
So what would be the need, how we can help you, basically? I mean, other chapters, foundation, whoever. If I personally want to help you with this kind of, what shall...
Person who did this converter, he leave Wikipedia, and we don't have any contacts with him. It was 2005. Long ago.
So your input to the strategy of the Wikimedia Foundation then would be that maybe you would need some grants for somebody who will program it, yes, or maybe even the support of the Wikimedia coders or something like that.
Yeah, we have time till 2025, and maybe government don't change, maybe.
So you are under the time pressure also.
Yeah.
Maybe you need some...
We have 6 years for
lobbyists
to change, if they don't refuse.
Okay, it seems to me that we can kind of collect the points and work on that well.
No. No, there are 4 minutes left. So in 4 minutes you can go have your coffee break. We are continuing until 39 because we started 9 minutes late, just for the organizers. 35, okay. Good negotiation, thank you. 35. Yes, please.
So I think there's a session at 4 p.m. where I will be there. We also understood that the session was meant to be about capacity building efforts that the foundation is developing and talking about capacity building. What we can do at that session at 4 p.m. for anyone who's interested is also just sort of hear from you all where individual issues, concerns, or even opportunities, because one often talks about problems, but there might also be opportunities that you see as untapped right now, for which the start of a conversation can begin, and planning from the foundation's part, whatever it can do. Resources from the foundation are not just grants. So this I want to begin to say that there can be many different ways in which we can look at collaboration and support. But if there are any ideas, please do come to that session or send them to me in advance of it, and we'll be sure to talk about those then.
Just to be clear, we are talking about 2:30 session of community capacity development.
Yes. Oh, I thought it was
it's 2:30 in this room.
Yes.
So the 4 o'clock is in a big room. It's a future of Wikimedia Central and Eastern Europe. So the capacity building is, I think, in current program 2:30 in the same room here.
Yes.
Yeah. Just to be clear.
That's the one. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So one thing, what I was actually thinking is where we are also lost is the structure and framework on how we collect data. So for me, one of the questions that actually I kind of prepared, or what I was thinking about regarding this session, is what for we are doing the CE, what is a function of CE, and by that function I mean both levels, like function as a core aspect of a system that helps it to maintain itself and to interact with the environment. So basically, how can we support people in the region internally, and what are the steps we can take to achieve a bigger impact. And this is also aligning how we have been thinking about the movement strategy. So basically internally we are talking about capacity building and health of organizations and communities. The governance part is there. So there are internal things that we are using. So this is kind of one level that we need to discuss. How do we make the most of the capacities in the CE region to support each other? Can we allocate staff time for some projects? How can we address technical issues if we don't have a technical collaborator? How can we address that? Like maybe we need to have a technical group that supports the whole region. So this is kind of the internal part, and then this is the external part, are the partnerships, the advocacy work, things like this. So maybe we also need kind of frameworks, what to do with that type of input that we are collecting, because I think people are eager to talk about the needs, and this has been filled out on Meta for the conferences, that these are our three needs, three main things that need to happen, but we don't follow up properly. So for me this is kind of the key question, like what is the structure, and maybe we can have a discussion with at least some of the people, maybe late night session, whatever, during the day, to build that framework where we can collect this input in really meaningful ways and actually do something about it. This is, for me, is a main lack in this, that collecting data is good, but we have to actionalize it. We have to do something about these things.
Yeah, so to develop on this, we should not forget that CE is like more than 30 language communities, so we represent like 10th part of all Wikipedia projects numerically, and in terms of number of articles it's even more. And we have pretty much similar needs, but we never sort of aggregating our needs. We never thought that like all of our communities probably either now have the same needs, or some community has the needs we had a few years ago. And we can really, what we should really start with is to identify a few key projects, like technical stuff, like outreach, or like article contests, photo contests, or whatever we find kind of valuable for all of our communities, and have a productive exchange of what each of our communities is doing on this point, so that we identify who has the resources to do something, who, for example, like what are your needs on each of these points? Like Kazakh Wikipedia has a need of the language converter, and maybe some Wikipedia has already either technical people who are capable of doing this or have done something like this before, and we can find a perfect match. And that would be a very strategic approach for us to kind of come up with the joint needs and joint yeah, for our community, yes. Like, maybe we can, so basically it's firstly mutualizing resources, and secondly, raising our voice if we have a joint need that is not matched by anyone in the movement yet.
Kirill, and then, yeah.
Okay, that's so great. I think you touched many points that we need to discuss in the afternoon session at 4 p.m. But the idea is that we all know these things, but at the end, when you see how it looks in practice, it's totally devastating. For example, 2 years ago, my friend Vasya and I initiated the CE newsletter, and the idea was to have all communities, all CE communities sharing some interesting activities and good practices that they have done in the last month. And at the end, the responsiveness by the CE communities was extremely low. The same happened with this conference. We did everything we could do to invite all the community voices within the CE communities, and all people to think about this conference, to submit session proposals, to register, and until the middle of August, until Wikimedia, only 20% of the expected number of registered participants registered for the conference. So this is something that we know what to do, but at the end, in practice, it doesn't work. And this is to think about how we can change it.
Well, it seems to me that there are let's say kind of a big developed chapters and their communities, and for some of our communities this speech of the Wikimedia Foundation is too far away from us or too developed or too difficult, so some of our communities are not so far in that kind of process or development. So my proposal is, if you are interested in that, let's do the meetup tonight or tomorrow in the evening. We will have more time. We can do the roundtable, and what we would just do is a simple thing that we will recollect the problems which you have in Kazakhstan, which you have in Russia, which you have in Slovenia, the problems, what you want to do, what you need to do, and then we can have a look if other, let's say, bigger chapters in the region can help you, or if we will need help from the West. And I don't know whether we can whether we can plan it already, because there's some sightseeing right tonight. So maybe, is everybody here still tomorrow evening, or are you leaving? Tomorrow evening you're leaving. You're not leaving, you're staying here tomorrow evening. Leaving, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's time to wrap up. So the main announcement is to be continued. I think that what we can do is arrange a lunch table to continue the conversation, and then take it from there. We can also use online formats. We can use informal formats. We will see what we will announce on Telegram or some platform. But now we need to wrap up because we need to rearrange the room for the next session. Thank you so much for participating in this warm-up, and let's have also the content discussions. Maybe we can use in-person time here. Thank you so much.
So basically, if you would like to continue to recollect these needs, let's meet after the lunch in the lunchroom. I will bring a PC or something, a paper, and we can sign it down if you're interested. What problems you have in Russia? Yeah.
Sure, Hope it's nothing incriminating.
Okay. Just a quick information. After this session, on the lunch break, we will have the group photo. So it will be in the backyard of the restaurant, and the exit is through the stairs through the restaurant. So just after lunch, just have it in mind to be there.
I can make it. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, how to fix it? You put it or not? No. It's to. La la la. Okay. Okay. You need some help? No, that's okay. I just need present view. Okay. Hello, everyone. So the topic is Quo Vadis Wikisource. Quo Vadis is a book of a Polish Nobel Prize laureate Henryk Sienkiewicz, and it means where are you going? So where are you going, Wikisource? I would like to share experience from Polish sister project that is quite successful, that works quite differently than other wiki projects, and I will present you why and how we managed to retain our community. Has someone of you at all experience with Wikisource? Maybe hands up. Okay, and actively? A bit. Okay. Just several persons. Yeah. Okay. I will come back to the community later during discussion. The presentation will be about 15 minutes, and then we'll have enough time for discussion. But if you want to ask a question up front, please ask. So, who I am a Wikipedian since 2005. I joined Wikisource actually on a conference like that, because there were people that are active on Wikisource, and they persuaded me to do just a test drive for 5 and 10 minutes, and I got the basics, and I stayed. Thank you, Tomek. And this is how my first edition looked like. So it's a bit different, because the only thing that changed was the status. I will tell about it also later. So short introduction about what is Wikisource at all, 2-3 minutes, so that you get a grasp if you haven't worked with it. So something that is just a poor relative of Wikipedia. Relative, I doubt whether it's a poor relative. So this repository of source text, it's meant to be a free library, and it's used in the slogans in most translations. Excuse me. And the initial name was Sourceberg. It was similar to Project Gutenberg. Maybe some of you know it. So it's another project that aimed for digitalization of text, simply. There are also similar projects like LibriVox for audio records, and this is how the main page looks like. It's multilingual. Some major languages just detach to their own wiki sources, but every language can be present in Wikisource just in a category. So there's no need to set up a separate Wikisource if you just need to add several texts in your language. So it's very friendly for small language communities, and the idea is to preserve important works. Rules are different in different communities.
but usually not everything is put on Wikisource. Amateur translations may be accepted, maybe not, depending on the rules. Advertisement are rather not accepted, although it's maybe it's old text. But we have books, we have official texts, documents of historical importance, and what's important and how Wikisource differ from other similar projects on the market, it's that we aim for high fidelity to the text. So the text should be copied one by one, character by character, and we ensure it through multiple checks. It wasn't always so. History of Polish Wikisource that led us to be successful comes in a moment. Units of work are completely different than on other projects. So we have indexes, we have pages, and we have main namespace. This is how index of Quo Vadis looks like. So the base is always a file on Commons. Nowadays it's mostly a PDF file or Deja Vu file. Before we used just a set of JPEG files, so that's every time it's a scan book. The book is scanned and automatically every page in a scanned book becomes a page here. Looks like a page. So the task of an editor is either to recreate the page if it doesn't exist before, if it doesn't exist before, or validate it, so put it onto next level, check whether it's exactly the same text. So just writing what's on the, reading what's on the right and putting the same on the left. And the final effect is a article in main namespace. So this is a main page of Quo Vadis book. You can also see to the right there's possibility to export it into different formats. There are links to wiki article about Quo Vadis, to the category on Commons and to the wiki quote. So linking is high. What you can also do is just read it online, simply as a page. So, although Polish language is not so prevalent, we managed to occupy the third place among all. This is Polish. This is Polish. Only France and French language Wikisource and English language Wikisources in front of us. So I believe we are quite successful with taking into account Polish-speaking community. So in our region, I believe we are the champions. But we have 62 active users per month. Active means did at least one edit last month. And I checked the list yesterday again, and actually if you look for people that did more than several edits, it's about 30. There's no gender gap at all. So among active users, I believe there is even a slight majority of females. We have collateral victims. Yeah, we have 13 admins, most of them active, and we have 740,000 pages. What is page? It's just a work. It may be a poem, it may be a chapter of a novel, so from very, very short texts to very long texts. And this is a central page of our Polish Wikisource, featured here. And it groups all the indexes that are not finished yet. a separate pages for finished work, and there are some numbers. So we have 3,500 projects. 3/4 of them are already available as a whole. So at least, so you have the complete text, but it doesn't mean it has been validated by others. And more than a half has been finished. We group our projects just by names of the authors if there are more books. There are also categories for encyclopedias, for Bible and other religious texts, for magazines, for songbooks, and even for cookbooks. So I learned to know how to cook sparrows, for example, during. No, I don't do it, but I read about it. Yeah, and if you browse through this page, it's rather you can see that it's rather a repository of books and not documents. So it used to be a repository of documents. Then nowadays we have more books. Why? In a while. So who uses the Polish wiki source? Mobile book readers are our target. So you can use Wikisource on mobile or on your laptop, desktop computer, but we see that we are needed by mobile book readers. So Kindle, any other book readers are our target, and they want to read books and not documents. Still, we also know that documents and encyclopedias are important. Lot of Polish libraries digitize their texts. The problem is these are just scans, are not well suited to mobile audience. So that's how our project fills the gap and offers book in mobile-friendly formats. There's also a competition in Poland. It's called Wolne Lektury PL, so it means free lecture. I don't know, lecture is, I believe, the wrong word. So a book that you have to read at a school. That was the start, but they also imported, thanks to free licenses that we love, they also imported some work from Polish Wikisource and offer also on their platform. And what we also do, we monitor the demand so that we know what the people expect from us and what not. So-called sales statistics, sales reports are created by our colleague every month and published. Also, some editors are not so into Wikisource, but just come for fresh air if they need a sabbatical from Wikipedia and other projects where there is sometimes too hot. So what was the history that make it happen that such a small community did it? So first we were just another library of random texts using wiki software. Many of those texts were copied from fan sites, unproperly sourced. Some of them even violated copyright. But also Wikipedians used Wikisource just to store documents that were relevant for Wikipedia articles, but Wikipedia was wrong place to store them, and we needed a central place to store such stuff to be independent from different sites that appeared and disappeared. And also this was the moment that work started on several encyclopedias or reference books. And then came a game changer. The game changer is called Proofread. So this is the tool that allows to show a page side by side with the scan, and you know where the text comes from, and and you may ensure its reliability. We have 3 stages of validation. So there is non-validated, corrected, and validated. Validated is green, and green means it's finished. This is what made us stand out from other similar libraries and pages that just offer texts. Then first wiki projects appeared. It was to commemorate Józef Ignacy Kraszewski, that was most prolific Polish writer, and the project aimed to transcribe his complete work. It's quite advanced, but the original date, it was 2012, was definitely missed. But he was the most prolific Polish author, so we cannot do everything, and there are many people that don't like his just style of books, and as everyone transcribe what he wants. Yeah, that's the case, but we are quite advanced, and I believe we have about 70% of his work completed, and there are several persons that really like to work on this book, so we are dependent on their capacity. And then came Henryk Sienkiewicz, the author of Quo Vadis, and we commemorated his 100th anniversary of death, and actually there's only one book left that we want to finish on our meetup next week in Warsaw. It's already available as a text, but we need 2 other persons to validate, so we want to do crowd validating. Okay, and there came another game changer, WS Export tool, that allowed pages on wiki pages to be automatically exported into most popular formats. So we have PDFs, we have plain text if someone wants to for some reasons. We have MOBI format, and we have obviously ebook format. So the tool is able to generate a book, including sections and preserving most of the formatting, also in a format that is nice for mobile audience. Yeah. So from this moment, our target group simply changes. So now we have 2,727 books available as a whole, and completed, so validated and finished is half of all the projects. So what worked well in the community so that we could make it? I say we, but a lot of work was done not by me, but by the community, and before the day I came. When I say we, it was like a community, and it's never I. Very important, I believe, was project-like approach. Project-like approach, we have defined clear and simple rules, what has to be done, because it's well suited to transcription of books. There is very little room for misinterpretation. So the rules are: we transcribe books, validate them. Your task is to check whether it's exactly the same text, and there are no lengthy discussion in Wikibar. So the community can just focus on delivering their work and finishing further books. I mentioned to several people, we had several cases that persons came and eventually wanted to redesign the wiki source project completely. So the tolerance in the community was quite low towards them. so eventually the people decided to leave the project, but because we had clear and simple rules, we also it was, hey, you are bypassing the rules, you are cheating. You don't validate the text although you appear to do so. So playing by the rules is essential in Polish wiki source, and if someone needs more individualism, it's just not the right project. But start is very easy. I needed a 10 minutes introduction. It was very clear. There is low entry thresholds, very easy navigation. Compared to other projects, help pages are very neat and short. And a typical task is very fine-grained. So the typical task is just to compare one page with original. It doesn't take much time, and you can effectively use for higher good just your spare 5 minutes, whether you don't want to start with something more serious. Obviously, we have also tasks with higher complexity. Transcribing books is also easy. Only those with more complicated layout are problematic. We also have tables, notes. We need to crop up illustrations from the books. Also, there are a lot of techies, and we adopted a very easy layout-oriented markup that uses HTML and CSS mechanism, but it's very easy to make changes in fonts and layout. Because we are a small community, it's very easy to welcome new users. Everyone feels responsible for it. Anyone can, so it's enough that we can track recent changes. So everyone can just check. We have a new user, we have someone that did new edit, and we can still make it. Tutorial is clear. There are also pages with tips and tricks for more difficult tasks, like how to make a table, how to recreate several strange signs or ornaments. And because we are oriented also towards book reader community, one of Polish wiki editors is author of a very popular blog. Sometimes he makes some PR plays for us. We have influx from outside Wiki too, so we do not only have Wikipedia vacation goers, but also people just from outside. So everyone can contribute. No need to be perfect as long as the text is correct. But if someone has more time, then we can make beautiful books. I have example of a beautiful book. Yeah, okay. Okay, there is a link for one of beautiful books. So if someone wants to make it fine, it's possible. And we have also a state-of-the-art published book that was completely automatically generated. One of our colleagues made a script that prepared for printing, for regular printing. So the layout automatically was created and adapted to what they need for us. So what doesn't work? There is a growing number of unfinished projects. So we still have about only 50% of finished project, but we don't want to impose any restrictions on creating new books, because we learned from German Wikisource that if you are allowed to create new book that you want to transcribe only if you have 100 or more editions, it gets overcomplicated and the people don't want to join it. And we also have many books that we have text, but without ornaments, beautiful pictures, photos or notes. So for us, it's definition of done. They are completed, but still they can be improved. Other challenges are very old books, especially using older fonts, difficult to read. We are not so recognizable in Poland still. So there's a lot of providers of electronic books, but we are just one of few of them. And there are also license issues because we need to comply with both United States and Polish license, so that some some books already in Polish domain, in public domain in Poland, are just multilingual Wikisource because it's only for US. Okay, so what's the outlook? Where is Wikisource going? Kwo vadis Wikisource? I believe we have a major stable project with clear rules that contribute to good community health. We have meetups at least 2 times a year, thanks to organizers from Wikimedia Polska. That was their idea and works nice. Percentage of completed indexes remains stable, but grows a bit. So in the nearest future, what we need to do is proof it of legacy pages, increase role in Wiki ecosystem, serve as a source for, I need 1 minute, serve as a source of citations for a wiki quote, a source of information for Wikipedia, source of photos. We are on free license, so and everything on the public domain maybe just be copied to Wikipedia. And what we would like to have is attracting occasional contributors. Most of us work just regularly. Thank you. So I encourage you for discussion. So how can your community profit from Polish Wikisource experience? And this is the book, please have a look.
Do you have a presentation? I have it online also. Sorry, just a moment. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, full screen. What do you want?
Full screen.
Do you know if we can do the full screen in PDF? Or? Ah, good. So, hello everybody. My username is Juandev. I'm from the Czech community. I'll be talking here about this topic, which is related to the newbies, but also to the actual communities, about the motivation, about the personal motivational types and how to deal with that. So I will start with a question towards you, because there's quite a lot of people here. So who of you is interested more like in motivating the actual users, motivating the actual newbies? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, something maybe good. And who is interested more like in recruiting the newbies, and in the other area only 2 people, 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe, yeah. So almost the same number. And who thinks that the biggest problem is not the recruiting, but not to lose them after their arrival to Wiki projects? Ah, that's probably the problem. Okay, so good. Okay, so for this presentation, the key word is motivation, and the English Wikipedia say that motivation is a reason for people's actions, willingness, and goals. So basically, if somebody is doing something, there's a kind of motivation behind that, or if a person is dreaming about something, there's also a motivation behind it. And yeah, I'll be talking about that motivational personal typology. There's in fact around the world a lot of personal typologies. Probably the most famous is this MBTI. But even the growth team of the Wikimedia Foundation have developed some classification of users called Wikimedia user personas. But for this presentation, and in my actually work with the volunteers, because I more like do the motivation of the actual community running the projects and needs to motivate the people to do something that the project goes well, I'm using the first one, which was presented in my country by the coach Jiří Plamínek. And the reason is that it has only 4 groups. Most of the other typologies has a lot of groups, and I can't keep it in my mind. But 4 groups, it's easier to keep in my mind. And the big reason is also that it's kind of organized from the point of view of the motivation, while other typologies might have something else in background, maybe the goals and so on. And even it's easy like 4 groups, it's still scalable. So the guys who would like to have it more difficult could have it more difficult. So it works like this, that you have a person and he could have kind of a certain motivational levels or fields. So normally if you approach that person, the person could be in a certain mood. That's the pink round, or called the motivational attunement, that usually stays for seconds, minutes, up to days, no longer. So you can encounter somebody who is angry, or somebody who is happy, or sometimes somebody who is without the mood, and then you encounter, let's say, the blue layer, which represents the motivational position. If I go to the green, I switch to the green one, it's a motivational foundation, and it's how people are born, what they have in their genes, maybe how the genes are switched in the early childhood, and it usually stays with the person whole life. But due to some environmental conditions, I mean the press of the society, the press of the nature, the press of the economy, people are pushed or shifted from the place they feel good, I mean, from the way of life they feel good, to behave some differently. That's why I call it a life strategy. But usually the people, as they were born, somehow they tries to go back to their green area, and that's why the motivational position does not usually last whole time, but it could last weeks to years. So, if we have a look on the mood, are you happy today? No? Everybody, somebody is sad? Oh no, is here somebody angry? Should I hide behind this here? The shoe will fly here? Well, this is the mood actually, and you determine the mood usually from non-verbal communication. When I ask you if you're happy, some of you smile, so smile is the non-verbal communication, and I see that you're happy. So it's a facial expression, bodily expression, tone of the voice, that's the non-verbal communication. Unfortunately, in Wikimedia, we have a problem that we mostly communicating by text, where you don't see so much non-verbal communication. So for this, it's useful, the smileys or abbreviations like LOL, laughing out loud, and so on, to have a shorter insight to the personal mood, or to know the person really well, that you can kind of determine, because many people then they don't say that they are angry or they are sad or they are happy. Well, when they are happy they say it, but otherwise not. So to know the person with the motivation. Why it's good to know whether the person has a motivation. I approach my fellow Actron. I need him if he can create a logo for the next Wiki expedition. And if he is angry, do you think it will work? He will do the logo? Well, I don't think so. So usually it's better to skip that, wait a few days, maybe a week, and then approach the guy after 1 week when he's not angry anymore. Maybe sometimes it could work. You approach to the Wikimedia developer who is angry with the code. So maybe you can kind of ask him whether he can do some smaller task to remove the problem. But I don't know. Have you had some experience that you approached somebody angry with wiki problem and motivated him to overstep the wiki problem? No? No. So, well, I would usually skip that because I don't want to be hit by shoe. So, once there's no mood or something else, we encounter the motivational position. And as I said, the motivational position is how people are shifted to some kind of role or life strategy because of the family. It depends if you are raised in the open-minded family or if your parents were punishing you. It depends if you live in the country which is cheap or poor. There will be slightly different way of how people behave in the Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and definitely once you find yourself in the country where it's a civil war like Syria, that would push on you and you should change somehow. So, and here are the 4 groups I were talking about, and there you can place them in such scale. While on the top there are people who are dynamic, so they jump into the problem, organize a meeting, whatsoever. And to the bottom, they're kind of static people. They would sit and wait the others will organize a meeting on whatsoever. And to the left side, there are people who would, well, say, well, that brochure we are doing, it's not necessary to have it, have their all information. It's important that it looks good, that people has a good feeling out of that. While on the right side, the people would tell you, well, it does not matter how the brochure looks like, but it should be written perfectly with a perfect language, no errors, and so on. So these are kind of what motivates these groups, and let's have a look on them. So influencer, in short, would be a person who is happy when he or she could influence other people, and discoverer is a person who is happy when he understands himself or his environment. And helper is a person who is happy when you are happy, and if you are not happy, the helper is ready to help you to become happy. And a hard worker is happy when the work is done perfectly with precision. So these are the groups, and it's scalable, so you can have the person in the extreme, so you can understand it like basically like 4 groups, or you can even scale it if you would like to dig in that. The drawing which I have to the left, that's according my opinion Czech wiki community, where we have the vast amount of hard workers, and we have some influencers and maybe few discoverers, but we have almost no helpers. I would say that we had helpers in the past, but they have left. Is it understandable like this, Albert? What do you think about your communities? Would they be same as the Czech wiki community, Wikipedia community, or would you have more, maybe in some of your communities they're just helpers, who'd like everybody is fine, having fun, or you would have hard workers? What do you think? What about Hungarian Wikipedia? What do you think, Tamas? Yeah, okay, let's see. What about the Polish community, Natalia? What do you think? Or all types, you mean? And are there enough helpers on Polish Wikipedia? Yeah. You mean in Wikipedia, Polish Wikipedia, more discoverers? Ah, that's interesting.
All the newest stuff that comes all the newest stuff that comes for Wikipedia is, I believe, it's quite fast adapted, especially by techies.
And what about the wiki source? Are you hard workers there if you're having so many books?
Rather so.
So you don't have the discoverers there, I guess? Or also?
Only a few, only for certain purposes.
Hard
so
workers, yeah.
If we need something, then it gets organized, but it's not discovery just for discoveries.
Okay. Somebody else would like to share their community profile? No? Okay. Well, you can share it to the Etherpad if you like. I hope we have a Etherpad, right? Okay, they have. We have. Okay, so share it to the Etherpad after a while. So how to determine that motivational type? It's basically, I would say, more difficult from an unknown person if you reach some person who would like to attract you to the Wikimedia activity. That's why it's recommended to do with people like low barrier activities to get in touch better and then to work with the people better. But you can somehow determine it from their job or role in the society they have, whether they are more like jump into the problem or hardworking. And you can also do a small test on how they react on price and critiques. But I don't really recommend to put on them a big critique, just a slight critique, and yeah, because with critiques you will never make friends. And in the case of the Wikimedians, that's the people we already know. Still you can determine it somehow from their role which they have in the society, whether they are administrators or whether they're Polish discoverers or looking for something, trying to learn something, trying to understand the community. And of course you can see as they interact with the community how they react on price, criticism, load of work, injustice, and conflict. So that would kind of place them, you would definitely see whether the person is helper who does not like conflicts and would try to kind of calm down the conflicts and create a good mood, or if you have the influencer who would like his voice is understood and goes to the other people. So you can test it by yourself, but that could be kind of limited because you can have some relationship to the people and that could change the result or their questioners, or you may ask somebody else who is not related. These are some kind of an answers which different groups would have on the price and criticism. I would skip it, it's too long. You can find it in the presentation slides afterwards if you would like to dig into that more. And it's more like again about their feelings to that and about how they behave, especially non-verbally. So the text is not so important, but it shows slightly in certain cases that thing, if I go back, whether in what group, what they like or not they like. So, and here are some examples we had in Czech community or I worked with. The influencers, for example, we have a guy who arrived to Wikipedia and immediately he wanted to be an admin. So the community say, no, you have to be here 6 months and edit something. So he was not chosen. So immediately after 6 months and 3,000 edits, he wanted to be an admin again. So the community said, well, your Wikipedia is about editing, not about having a position, so maybe you should create some quality articles. So, well, he did. He created, I don't know, 5, 7 featured articles, and then the community finally agreed that the person could become an admin, and now he's serving pretty well, continuing to create the featured articles and handling the community and patrolling and so on. So such person I would place into the influencers group, the people who are happy to influence. And for example, right now I got a volunteer to my projects who seems to be also influencer. I'm happy with him because I know that he is the right person to jump into the projects, into the tasks. And you always need a people who are ready to jump into the tasks. And but he needs to be awarded for that, so he will probably receive some kind of, I don't know, position within the project itself. And probably after a certain time I will lost him because I cannot offer him more, but I guess the Wikimedia won't lost him because he will continue to the chapter and he will work hard in the chapter. For the hard workers, we had a guy who came to Wikipedia and he realized that Wikipedia has a wider audience. And he was actually very deep into the grape varieties. You know, wine comes from the grape. And he even published a book about it. And he was very enthusiastic. But when he discovered Wikipedia, he was very lucky because the reason why he was publishing the book was not to earn money on that, but to hit more people. So he figured out that Wikipedia could serve him, and that's why he provided and even edited all his encyclopedia to the Czech Wikipedia. Similar approach has our Czech Wikidata team. We gather around a Facebook group in Wikidata CS, and I can see what they are doing there. And they're approaching different database owners and trying to motivate them to provide their database to Wikipedia, to Wikidata. And sometimes it's successful, sometimes not. So I would say maybe when it's successful, you encounter the hard worker who is happy to share to the wider audience. And when it's not successful, maybe you encounter the influencer who would give you that, but in exchange of money or maybe, I don't know, an adminship or whatsoever. And I would say similar approach, if you want to read, was the project New Zealand Wikipedian at Large, where the scholar was traveling around New Zealand and being a Wikipedian in residence in many institutions. And he was like targeting that community in the glam, which I would expect that many of them are hard workers. And it kind of worked well. So do you have any hard influencer in mind in your community? Yeah? Good, so you know some influencers, that's good. Do you know some hard workers? Yeah, maybe, good. Thomas is probably a hard worker, no? No? Well, okay. So here's the overview tab for that. So for the recruitment, it's good to know where to find such groups of people. It's not 100% sure that they will be in those areas, but they could be there. So influencers are jump-in persons. They will be probably maybe running their own NGOs or doing some career in that, and hard workers will be those who, I know, the guy who makes his own website about the mushrooms, or the guy who is recollecting all the information about the wayside crosses and making photographs, making text. Those might be the hard workers. So you can have a different speech towards the people. To the upper ones, you would strengthen the influence of Wikipedia, maybe the organizational structure, and once they got in, they will probably wanted to get some roles. And we already have these policies in the Wikimedia that you cannot become an admin without any editing. So, but in the case of this group, you can even probably give them more works. Let's say, create 100 quality articles for the adminship and create 300 quality articles for a bureaucrat's flagship. And I mean, they would also work pretty well with the hard workers, giving them the thanks and burn stars. That's actually what the hard workers needs. Many of the hard workers would flow automatically without any external input to Wikipedia when they realize that the Wikipedia is a really good way how to present their work, and when their work will be recognized as a really good work. But you can, it's much longer, I would say, the motivation of the hard workers. If they did not flow there automatically, you should become their friend. You should kind of show that you're at the same level as them and slowly explain them that you do this Wikipedia, which is very useful. And I mean, for the resistance, the influencers would resist, let's say, more kind of attacks or not nice comments on their personality. With the hard workers, it may be the problem if some community members would kind of comment about their work that, yeah, you are creating lots of articles, but the articles about the small villages in Mexico, nobody's interested in that, and so on. So that may kind of damage the motivation of the hard workers. But hard workers would normally create those amounts of good articles by their own if they are not demotivated. So it's good to have some collaboration of this way of the band stars to support them and support their work. Here is a small overview to what would happen if there is not a diversity. So I guess Polish Wikipedia is happy that you have a diverse community. What may happen if you have a strong influencers is that there's too much press to others, or they're kind of cheating in their reports. That's what I have seen in some companies I used to work. And I used to work there because the pressure and at the same time the manipulation of the results was what pushed me away actually from those companies. I didn't want to work there. And if you have the majority of the hard workers, they may, because they work so hard and they don't tend too much about the personal relationship, or it's rough, let's say, with less emotions, it may be not so friendly then. And sometimes they don't want to present their job because they, like on the conference, like here, because they would still think it's not good enough, they should work harder. And so it's good to have some diversity. In the normal natural society, you have or-fall groups. I would say they're not 50%, but it's kind of the dynamics. And in Wiki Society, I thought that in Czech Wikipedia we had the mixture of influencers and hard workers. And it's the good on discoverers is that they could make the equilibrium of the influencers, because you could not beat the strength of influencers by the amount of hard workers. It does not work this well, because it's the strength, it's not the number of the influencers, which makes their position. But sometimes there are conflicts between discoverers and influencers. So that's why it's also nice to have some set of helpers who would mile these conflicts. And maybe we need helpers also to help the newbies, like mentor teams or something like that. So there's also the overview to the discoverers and helpers. Discoverers are again active, and they are kind of hard to find. They usually, you would recognize them that by the way that they may be jumping from activity to activity. Somebody is doing the administratorship, then he resigns and he proposes himself for OTRS. He works there 2 years, then he jumps into something else. But they are also able to follow the policies, so they create 100 quality articles and so on. And so helpers, in certain societies, helpers we might find within the women, but not all the women. You can have an influencer woman, keepers, and I guess that the helpers will be more for the work like patrolling, helping newbies, making fun and not so much editing, or maybe editing if you tell them that's needed, like in the societies of South America. And yeah, my question for the Czech Wikipedia would be whether we recognize the work of these two groups, because it seems to me we are missing them because we kind of don't recognize it as good for Wikimedia, somebody who jumps from activity to activity, or somebody who does not edit but take care of, well, we are talking about it that we need people who will take care of newbies, but still the feeling from Wikipedia is not that way. So I don't have any examples for discoverers. For helpers, I would say we had in the past. We had an admin who stayed here a long time doing patrolling and helping all the newbies. I was raised under this admin and I was very happy. And the same, we had a guy in the chapter who was milding down some conflicts. And motivational field, actually, it's the same. There's nothing more, still 4 groups. But the trouble is that if you're kind of pushed by the environment, you may feel in the tests or in the people's recognition that you fit into 2 groups. And that's because they were originally in some group, and by environment they were pushed somewhere else. So, as we have to end, I have here a homework for you, actually, because this is a presentation, not a roundtable or something like that. And the homework, Maciej is writing down the homework, perfect, is to question the answers from the presentation to the ITER part. And maybe next year we can have a discussion about it. Or if you could use this knowledge a bit in practice. Thank you, that's all. I don't know if you have a time for questions or...
I think we don't have any more time.
Well, so you can ask me during the lunch.
Chris Gertner, connecting communities in Wikimedia space.
Is this your presentation?
That is my presentation.
Great.
Can I get the Google Slides version of this program on the CEE?
Miguel.
Yes, of course.
Imaš ovdje vrata, možeš da izađeš.
Is it the same one or it's a different one?
Yeah, go to the program for the meeting on Meta, and the Google Slides has my notes in it. That's
Oh, okay. This one. Okay.
Just a second here. Let's see if I find. Oh, you see my notes. You don't. I don't want you to see my notes. Give me a second. Let me see if I can do this this way. All right. Well, I'll do my notes on my phone then. I'm not this tall. There we go. That's better. Thank you. Hi, everyone.
My name's Chris Kerner. I work at the Wikimedia Foundation in the Community Relations Department. I'm here to talk to you about a project I've been working on since for the last couple months called Wikimedia Space. If you haven't already heard about this is kind of an introduction to what Wikimedia Space is trying to accomplish, some encouragement for you to participate, and I hope at the end of this to have some time for us to talk about any questions you might have about what I'm going to talk about today. Also, if you haven't gotten one yet, I have some very special stickers if you're looking for some fun stickers. These will be a collector's item because right now what I'm going to talk about is currently running on WMF Labs, so the URL will hopefully one day change. So you can have some first edition stickers. All right, so connecting communities in Wikimedia Space. This is, again, just a brief introduction to what Wikimedia Space is. And so Wikimedia Space is a project we've been working on in our department that is a prototype. It is a single platform for collaboration with right now a blog and a discussion forum side of things, two side of things. It's a prototype, so it's totally being developed through community engagement, community usage, community feedback. The blog side is a place where community members such as yourselves can draft, suggest, and write blog posts about the work that you're doing, the experiences you have, your successes running programs, your failures running programs even, things that you can share beyond just your community with the wider Wikimedia movement. It is entirely multilingual, so both sides can be written in any language you wish, can be translated in any language as well. It's currently running on an open source platform using a piece of software called WordPress for the blog side of things, and an open source piece of software called Discourse for the forum and discussion side of things. And it's safe. It has a code of conduct with active moderation. Moderation levels are not determined by if you're staff or if you're not staff or if you're an affiliate member or not. It's involved by your participation. Community members can participate. As you participate, you can gain moderation tools. You can also help moderate from the day you start. Moderation is built into the platform, so you can flag things for moderation review. You can contact us anonymously, if you the moderators and the admins, if you have questions. So it's really kind of new sort of way of kind of organizing and communicating with people across the movement. So you're kind of like, okay, I kind of understand what it's about a little bit, conceptually. But here's some things that we're trying to solve, some sort of questions you may have had, like how can I learn about what's going on with other communities? Where can I tell other communities about what we're doing and what successes we've had or what sort of problems we've had trying to do things? Where can I publicize my events? I've got local events or regional events or just a meetup in your town. And where can I maybe work with direct newcomers in a confident or a very dedicated space where they can be provided support as they're onboarded with your programs or with your community and so on and so forth. And also a big one is how can I consolidate your project or your program's communication channels? I know many of us are undoubtedly in multiple different social media platforms and group messaging platforms, just trying to get the work done within our area. So what does Wikimedia Space look like? If you go to the website, I'm sure many of you with your laptops out have already Googled and found the URL. But if you go there, we see this kind of nice welcoming landing page we designed that has two sections, the stories and conversation sections, and some clear navigation into each of those. So again, the stories side is the blog. These are things that you might be writing about. What are you trying to do? How are you trying to achieve your goals? And the conversation side is more of the social space. How can I work with people in my region or in my language on specific wiki projects to kind of share knowledge and share information in a somewhat informal setting. So let me talk a little bit about the blog. That's the kind of side that I work on mostly. The blog, again, like I said, is running WordPress. This is what the blog looks like. It's a blog. If you've ever seen a blog before, it's nothing really exceptional there. We have the ability to write articles, and again, in any language. You can categorize them by categories. We have some kind of predefined categories. Again, these are all open for discussion and all open for refinement as we move through the prototype phase. And we can even tag articles. You can tag articles with maybe a particular wiki project or particular language. And what this allows you to do is the blog becomes a space where we have community members writing about their experiences across the movement, but you can also filter down, you can also segment out into what you're just interested in, right? I'm just interested in stuff about Wikisource, or I'm just interested in the Punjabi language Wikisource. And this makes it really nice to have both the ability to have a central place to put all this news that's for our community by community members, but also allows you to pick and choose what you have to read. You don't have to read all of it. It's not a giant fire hose of everything in the movement, which would be a little bit threatening and scary. And then you'll see that along the side we have discussions, which I'll get into in a minute. The great thing about the blog, again, like I said, is that it's multilingual. Anybody can log in right now with your Wikimedia credentials and start a draft. It's not really anything more difficult than that. We do have an editorial board that meets once every other week online. Again, anybody here can participate. And the editorial board is incredibly light. I know the idea of having an editorial board, having a review in the Wikimedia movement is maybe a new idea or kind of a foreign concept. After all, we all individuals, we all write what we want to write. This editorial board is not here to like define what you say, what you can or can't write or anything like that. It's basically just to have a very light hand in making sure that what we're writing about is in scope. So for instance, things that are in scope would be news produced by your committee or by your affiliate. Things that you would normally post to say Wikimedia L or in your local blog for your local community or your local user group. Links to interesting stories or things published and produced in other channels. Maybe you wrote something for a really great post on medium.com or on Facebook, and that could be a really good blog post to then share with other people who aren't in your Facebook group or don't use Facebook at all. Announcements, requests for feedback, things like that. We're also making a commitment to work within the foundation to have all of our teams and projects publish their news and announcement through Wikimedia Space. So in the future, this will be one place you can go to get all the information about what the Wikimedia Foundation is working on, everything from fundraising to technology to software development to my department, community engagement, events, things like that. The only thing that's really out of scope for the blog are things like, I guess what you consider like an opinion piece. You know, I think Wikisource should be closed tomorrow because I don't like it. Would not be something we want to see on the Wikimedia Space blog. There's tons of venues for that sort of conversation, and we want to kind of keep this in a positive, sort of encouraging sort of voice. So again, the editorial board is really light. And the content we've already developed over the last few months has been really diverse. For example, we had Art and Feminism gave us a job posting to post as a blog post. For looking for a new editor or new ED for their group. A designer at the foundation wrote insights about design principles for editing on mobile. We had a summary from a strategy salon in Conakry, Guinea. And a researcher outside the foundation sharing their findings about how women persist in the movement and difficulties that they have. So the blog is really a very wide space for you to contribute, and anyone can contribute in any language. Submitting a draft is pretty easy, if I can click the button. There's a big button. If you go to the blog, it says Submit News. You log in with your credentials, and you see the editor in WordPress to start editing your blog post. At the top of the page is also the editorial guidelines, which help you with maybe like getting some structure on your blog post. How would you write a blog post? And kind of the process that you'll go through for review, which again is very light. It's mostly grammar. Is it in scope? Are the pictures properly licensed and referenced? That sort of a thing. And this is supposed to be a video. I don't know if this is going to work. Maybe. But the cool part about the blog and the discussion forum is that our blog posts all have a comment section, and that comment section is handled by the Discuss side. So every time you write a blog post as with your username, you now then open up your writings to discussions with the wider Wikimedia movement. So you scroll to the bottom, click on comments, and then it takes you over to the Discuss side of things, where you can then have a discussion and interact with the author or with the audience that you're trying to reach. So you can end your blog post with call to actions or questions about how you might do this, or just asking for feedback. Hey, what do you all think about this? Or where might this work? Or what problems might I have doing this? So it's really nice to see the sort of integration between the two sides of things. Speaking of which, let me talk about the other side of things, the discuss part of things. And this part is actually handled by my coworker, Elena. She knows more about it than I do, but if you have questions about it, I'm happy to answer any of them. Again, like I mentioned, the Discuss side of things is a forum. So if you've ever used a forum on the internet before, it's pretty much the same thing. We have categories. We have some predefined categories like events, regional coordination. We have one here for the Hungarian wiki as an example, translation, and so on and so forth. And then on the right side, we have just the most recent, latest conversations. And these, again, are very diverse in what we see. This screenshot's a couple weeks old, so if you go there now, you're going to see something very different. But we have things like volunteers supporting meeting in Zurich. So somebody put an event on the calendar. There's Gergo's face talking about tagging topics created by others. We have a blog post that was written about structured data. Somebody writing, how do you work with structured data? What's going on with it? And so on and so forth. And you can see these are all tagged and categorized. You as the author can tag and categorize. And because we're running this in what's called wiki mode, you can actually edit the post and actually add your own categories and tags to other people's posts. So you can help your fellow editors filter and sort and organize the information. The favorite features I have, I'll just go through a few of them here for time to keep things kind of simple. But a few of the favorite features I have is we actually have a very up-to-date calendar of Wikimedia events around the world. So this is a big thing that we've struggled with as a movement. Even before I joined the foundation as a volunteer, I found it very difficult to try to let people know I had an event going on and where it was at and how they can get there and where was the information on Wiki to go to RSVP or show up. And we now have this. So you can go and create an event. It's just like creating any other post in the Discuss side of things. You click New. You say it's an event, and you fill all the information, the description of what this event is for, a title, and you can even give it the date and location of where this particular event is going to be. I'll get to why that's important in a second. And this is open to any sort of event. This is going to be an online event where you're hosting an online edit-a-thon, and you want people to participate about a particular cultural heritage event or a location or a historical thing. It could be a regional event, like the CEE meeting, which is also on the calendar, or it could be a very, very local event, like something happening in your town, like a regular monthly meetup, anything like that. And the idea being here is that this is a central space that we can share across the movement to encourage and entice people who are new or who are already in the movement but aren't aware that there are in-person events or online events that they can attend. Many editors don't even know there's a Wikimedia Foundation, so, right? But the really cool part is that if you put a geographic location, an address into the event that you create, it updates this really cool interactive map. And you can go to the map at the top of the navigation on Wikimedia Space and see all the events happening around the world. And this event calendar, this event map is totally neat to look at. I don't know if it's necessarily useful because traveling around the world to go to events is, I think, very limited for many of us. But it's really nice to see that you get a really good sense, kind of that overview effect that astronauts talk about when they're in outer space, where you can kind of look down and go, wow, the Wikimedia movement is truly global. And it's a really cool thing to see. Really cool. I love it. This is a great demo feature for Wikimedia Space, totally. I will admit that. So it's a really cool event map. We also have a kind of an interesting thing, which is, I think, relatively new in the sense of doing it within the movement purposefully, which is closed groups. So because sometimes having a closed group can make you feel safer in working on particularly delicate topics, or particularly in groups that are underrepresented within our movement. Having an opportunity to have a closed group we see is already happening now. People are already going to Slack, into WhatsApp private chats, into Facebook groups with limited participation and a limited visibility into those things. And we like to be able to bring that into the Wikimedia movement through space to provide that instance so that as people transition throughout their lives and their involvement in the movement, we don't lose those bits of information that kind of get buried away in the corners of the web that we don't necessarily always know where they're at or where they're participating. Closed groups are open for anybody to use. You can become a moderator, and once you're a moderator of that closed group, you can add and remove people as you see fit. You can make it super closed, where you can't even see the number of people who are in it or the names who are in that group, or you can make it more open, where you can say, hey, we have a group, it's these people, here's a description, and we have these 17 people involved or whatever. So closed groups is another part of the Discuss side that I think is kind of a little bit new, a little bit interesting way we can work collaboratively, but not necessarily open and transparent, 100% transparent like we're so used to. So how to join Space, if you haven't already figured this out, because I'm seeing laptops and hearing typing, which means I hope you're looking at what I'm talking about, is if you go to Wikimedia Space and you click on the Join button, you can log in. There's the URL, space.wmflabs.org. Again, it's a prototype, so it's not even running on actual production hardware. It's running in our great cloud services platform. If you go there, this is an old screenshot. I need to change this. We used to have to log in through Fabricator, but now if you click join, it'll prompt you to log in with your Wikimedia account. There'll be a little box that says, hey, do you want to log into Space with your Wikimedia account? Click yes, and then you're logged in. That's it. And once you're logged in, you get all the fun features of the Space. You get notifications, you can like, respond, comment, start a draft, the whole 9 yards. So that's kind of my summary of Space. How much time do I have left here? About 10 minutes left.
12.
12 minutes, yeah. So I kind of want to just share this with you and give time to ask questions. I don't know if I'll be able to demo anything on this laptop because I'm not logged in, but I can try. So thank you for listening. And are there any questions?
Do you have any conception idea how can it be integrated into the projects? Because it's a nice communication surface which is separately somewhere, and if somebody would like to discuss with somebody, he has to visit the other site. So is there any idea how can it be in the project somehow?
That's a great question. And just for everybody else, I promise I didn't pay him to ask that question because that was a great question. We actually have identified 3 focus points that we want to work on, 3 integration points we want to work on, and we're looking to hire a Wikimedia contractor to start working on them this fall into winter. The 3 ways we want to try to integrating Space into the on-wiki presence. The first one is through being able to show a feed of Space content on a wiki page. So you do some wiki markup that would say, show from Space all events tagged Serbian or something like that, right? Or Serbia. And it would just go to Space and do a query and pull back and show those, say, maybe just those events or whatever it might be. Or maybe you just want to show the most recent news in a particular category on Space and show that on a wiki page. So that's one thing, is being able to pull content from Space into a wiki page and have a feed of updated whatever it might be, whatever that query might be, right? That's one of the priorities. The second one is kind of cool and probably going to take a little bit longer to work on because it's a little more technically complicated, but we'd like to have Space notifications show up in your Echo notifications. So again, if you wanted to opt into this setting, if somebody mentioned you on Space, or if a category was updated with content that you subscribed to on Space, because you can subscribe to stuff on Space down at the granular level. You can subscribe to content with a particular tag or a particular category, or even just a particular thread. Like, I just want to be followed and updated on this particular thread. And what we'd like to see is have some way of introducing those notifications into the Echo, or what we just call notifications on Wiki. And that way you'd be on Wiki typing, doing all your work, a notification would pop up and it'd say, somebody mentioned you on Space, and you can click over and then see what's happening. And then the third option, which is again a little bit longer out, a little bit more difficult, is we'd love to have search results on Space show up like sister search results show up on search results on Wiki. So when you search for something on Wiki and you get the actual list of results, right now you see things from like Wiktionary or Wikivoyage, I think, and Wikisource, and I think even Commons shows images in certain wikis. We'd love to have Space being another option that you could have on your wiki, so that again, if somebody's searching for something that's more organizationally centric, and they're a new person and they're searching, and by default it searches the main namespace, maybe they'd find content that's in Space that's talking more about the organizational stuff that happens behind the scenes, which again, Space is trying to capture that community talking to other community members about what they're working on sort of aspect. So those are the big 3 things, is getting feeds on Wiki, notifications, and search results. That's a long answer to your question.
My question was, do you have a plan for better support of mobile platforms? Because right now there is scarce support. There are some bugs to log in and stuff like that on mobile.
So mobile support is a big part of this. Obviously, we don't want to necessarily reproduce the web of 2009, where nothing was mobile ready before the smartphone, right? Both the platforms do have mobile interfaces, so they are responsive and they will work on a mobile device. If there are bugs, let us know. Again, this is very much a prototype, and we're definitely working at customizing both WordPress and Discourse for our needs, and along the way we're finding out where those rough edges are. There is a Discourse mobile app, I understand, for I believe Android and iOS. I also understand it's pretty bad. It's basically just a wrapper around the mobile website, but it does give you notifications on your mobile device. And not both, I should say. The Discuss side of things also has the ability to do desktop notifications. So if you're on a desktop or a device that you can enable notifications, you can do that way as well. But yes, mobile device is a big part of what we're trying to do, is because this is a discuss and communication platform, which again, many people have gone to other platforms like WeChat, like Telegram, like Facebook, because they have such great mobile support, because we are mobile people. We don't sit at a desktop all day. So it's on our roadmap to be definitely a priority. Yeah.
So you said you're still in the prototype phase. Could you
Yes.
share maybe how's the further development planned and what are the next steps? And also where can users best leave feedback?
Wow, I swear these are great questions, and I did not pay anybody for these. These are great. In space, yes, man. How did you know that? If you go out to space and you go to the Discuss side of things, I have answers for both of those questions. If you're looking here at the Discuss main page, there's a category called Ask Here is one, but if you want to know particularly about space, there's About Wikimedia Space. So if you have a question about space, a bug report, hey, I think you should do this, hey, I think you should change that, this is where you go to give us feedback. You can go right here. And again, it's just as easy as logging in and starting a new thread saying, hey, I can't get this to work on my mobile phone, or why isn't this image loading, or I think the idea of tags is terrible, whatever it might be. It's all here in space. As for what our plans are to get out of the prototype phase, wow, that was a hard sentence to say. We actually have, with the community input, have defined success criteria for the prototype. So what this means is that before we get into production and make this a production-ready, space where we have into production, these are criteria we want to have defined. So we have some general ones, like how many people are participating, do certain things work, like multilingual integration. Is that easy for people to translate content? Is it easy for people to write content in different languages? And then we even have things broken down into the different sections. So the blog, the Discuss side, and then from the foundation perspective, what is the foundation doing? What is their commitment to being engaged here in Wikimedia Space and utilizing it as part of our communication strategy as an organization within the movement. So we have these criteria, and what we're doing is every month my team is updating everyone, again, on space, about space, this is very meta, with progress reports. So every month we're publishing progress reports that include metrics of how we're progressing through things, daily signups, and also things like how we're moving within the blog. So for example, how many blog posts do we post this week, how many languages were written in that were not in English, that were in a non-Latin script, that were in right-to-left languages, so on and so forth. We've defined some criteria, and we're trying to work towards those. The idea being is once we meet these criteria, we feel like this is in a good space. Sorry, that was a pun. It was not meant to be a pun. We were in a good place to then move it into production and then have it ready for the wild world. But so when I say prototype, we have some criteria, but we're treating it very much like it's a real thing. So it's something that's being read by people. We have 500 users already logged in, and you can see our regular visits already in the hundreds. Engagement is really high because once you get into space, you get email summaries like you would like on a mailing list that tell you what's going on. You can subscribe and respond and get involved in a myriad of different ways. So I hope that answers your question. Was there another question? A couple more. I have 3 minutes according to the sign, so.
Well, I have just the proposal because the success of the project is also based on the amount of the people talking there or being in the space actually. And even for us, if you need a feedback, you need more people to there. So the goal is to have as much as people as possible. So would it be possible that you would release your presentation in Microsoft PowerPoint or LibreOffice format that we can translate it and present to our community or on the meetups whatsoever? And maybe do you plan some informative leaflets which we can leave on such events? I mean, even in English, it probably doesn't matter that the leaflet could be in English, but the presentation would be nice to be able to translate PDF, I don't know, but some other format we can use it and share it.
Yeah, definitely. I've uploaded the slides to Commons already, but I can definitely make a different file formats available if that would make it helpful to translate. As for handouts, I don't think we've developed anything for that. I'm trying to think. The best I have right now is a sticker. That's not what you want, though. That's a great idea. I think something like that. Obviously, me being here, I traveled here to really talk about space here at CE. My colleague just came back from Wiki Arabia, thank you, and then she's also going to Wiki and Daba, I believe, as well. So we're trying to take this opportunity to have this FaceTime, this in-person time with you all to learn and understand how we might support you better through things like producing materials for your own events and things like that. I can also offer up myself. That's part of my remit. If you want me to come talk, whether it be a Google Hangout, whether it be a regional event like CEE, if I'm happy to work with you to make an argument for me doing that. I'm more than happy to do it virtually. Answer any questions you might have from your group. You might go off and have a conversation and share space, and they might have questions you can't answer. I'm here to do that. I'm here to answer those questions and facilitate as much as I can. Get you next to Safa.
If there are no more questions about space, I actually have a question for Leszek, if we could use the extra 2 minutes to...
We can do it also later, as you want to, but yes, please. Yeah. Sorry.
Do we have any more questions? Did you have one? We have one here.
Well, my question or kind of note was that, well, it's a great project, perfect, but then it's just one other thing to keep checking out. So maybe we should start cutting some of the channels that are not working so well, or some of the other apps, some of the other communication venues.
Well,
is there any question or is there any discussion about this so far?
Yes. Obviously, part of the reason we've created this is listening to the communities and noticing. Part of my department's job is to figure out how we could be a force multiplier of all the work that you do as volunteers. And one of the things we're noticing is that a lot of volunteer organizations and groups are having to reinvent the wheel. Where do I go to put this? Where do I go to communicate about this? Where do I go to do this? And we're trying to centralize that in space as much as we can. There's no hard decisions made here, and this is a kind of a shocking thing to say publicly, but I'll say it because it's true. We've also have a discussion on space about maybe replacing mailing lists. Maybe certain mailing lists can be replaced with space, and then that's one less thing you have to worry about. You don't have a mailing list and space and a blog and this and that. Maybe there is a way that we can integrate things in a way that reproduces the way those tools work for you in a maybe more modern way and more centralized way. So yes, that is a very good question. And now my timer's beeping. But if you have any questions, let me know. I'll be around, and I have stickers if you like stickers too.
Just putting on the mailing list saying space, so this course can be used as a mailing
yes.
list, so you never have to visit.
Yeah, you can start your mailing list on space. Thank you.
So.
Okay. 15 till 2 will be group photo, and now we can go to lunch.
So be sure at like 1:45 to start going down the stairs, okay? From the restaurant.
1:45.
Yeah.
1:45. More than 1 hour.
Write it in your hand. Nice to meet you.
Can we start? Yeah. Maybe I will just adjust. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So please take your seat, feel comfortably. Once again, I will take you to some other space because I came to bring you some hope. I came to bring you the hope that the strategy actually exists, and you can have one if you really, really want to have one. Of course, it's not the movement strategy, but it's a smaller entity strategy, but it might be helpful for you and your organization to see why you should have one, how to do one, and how to feel about having one. So basically, I'm Michał Buczyński. I'm the president of Wikimedia Poland. So, why are we here? You might have known that Wikimedia Poland is going through a transformation of some sort. So in this presentation, I wanted to show you why we felt that we need a change, how we arrived with some consistent plan to do the change, and what you could gain actually from following a similar path. Firstly, something about us, if you don't know Wikimedia Poland already. So we are one of the oldest chapters in the Wikimedia movement, founded in 2005, I think, as the third chapter. It has a very special situation because we are having a stable income from Polish taxpayers. Basically, this is a 1% scheme of the personal tax income, when we arrive over 100,000 euro per year consistently, with some fluctuations. We have 5 employees so far, less than 5 FTE, and no management other than the board. So the board is executive, and 7 volunteering people has been managing this stuff for years. And now, some disclaimer, your organization may be in a different place. You may have a staffers, or you may not have them. You may have 1, you may have 2, 3 more. You may have different problems than us. So you may need a different process and solution, but I believe that the general path could be useful for you as well. So, early years. We are Wikimedians. We have been like that for years. It was a real grassroots movement. It was spontaneous, it was self-governed, and it is distributed movement of Wikipedians and other Wikimedians on editing projects. So basically in 2004 or 5, we believe that we need an institutional arm. We need some heavy lifting. Something happened. Oh, we lost the television. How? How did it happen? I don't see the electricity. Okay, no signal, no signal, no signal. Oh yes, here we are. Thank you very much. So we needed an institution. We needed someone and with a rubber stamp to contact with the museums, with libraries, with schools, so we could have access to institutions in the real world. So we could outreach, so we could talk with the government, so we could talk with culture, so we could talk to the people in an efficient manner. We early sorted out that you cannot work with GLAM when you have volunteers. You will not have the access, you will not be there when they need you. They tend to work on, let's say, Tuesday, 1 p.m., and it's very hard to have a volunteer on Tuesdays, 1 p.m. in a consistent manner. So we created the association, and it proved to be very, very successful. Partnerships were getting done, people were being hired, a number of awards for the great partnerships and projects were won, community support was delivered, everyone was happy. We were very efficient, we were legitimate, because these being real actual Wikimedians, innovative, who could prove and check the new ideas, novel methods to work with our projects. Everything was fueled with enthusiasm, everything was doing great. However, one question came up. Could it scale, and could we stop burning the people out when we are doing this great, efficient, legitimate stuff? The problem pretty much occurred that when you're aboard in this volunteer-based organization, you're being stuck with juggling a lot of urgent tasks. A lot of urgent tasks that actually no volunteer should be juggling like that. You're receiving legal requests, you're receiving accounting notices, you're receiving a lot of requests from your community, from the partners, from the government, from everyone, from the media. And the problem is that you have a very small space to actually react, because everything is urgent. You don't have months or even weeks in advance to work with these things and prioritize. Very often, no. You receive something and you have like 7 days to comply with the government notice, and that's it. I don't know if you had this kind of experience. Did you feel overwhelmed with this kind of burden that you're having as a president of this organization, or maybe just a board member or a DED of this organization? But we did, and we do. And we thought that it can be really paralyzing, especially for the less experienced people with a lower threshold of something like a personal capacity. Some people are not really good in handling the stress. They might be the great editors, the great volunteers, but they can be really unprepared for the kind of a burden that is being requested in the Wikimedia movement very often from the people who are in the boards with some fiduciary requirements and responsibilities. So if you think that you could accomplish more, actually, that you could scale up the organization, and then at the same time you could save some, I don't know, gray hair from you, or save some spare lives and years, maybe you should do some kind of a thinking process. So basically we came to the decision. We came to the decision that what about some kind of an audit? How about creating some real strategy? And with real strategy, I mean a strategy that is being really operated, coined, discussed with the community, all the stakeholders, and is being consistently implemented in many, many years in advance. So some actual strategy, not the strategy that you're keeping in a drawer, but the strategy that you will be operating on a day-to-day basis. To do it, basically we decided to firstly gather the information, to do the analysis, and then build something long-term. To do it, we needed to perform several steps. Step 0, something that you should start every project or program with, is analysis and preparation. The first thing is that you should demand a change. We thought, and my experience is that the change will not happen unless you are really persuaded that it needs to happen. You need to really feel it. If you don't have the real need to have a strategy, you will not have a strategy. If you don't feel that you really need to perform the audit, you will not have the real audit. You need to feel it, because it will be a very difficult effort. As you can see, this mountain, climbing it will be painful, it will take a lot of resources. You could be doing many nice things, many efficient things, many Wikimedian things, and many great things in your personal life instead of doing the strategy. So if you don't believe that you really need it, you will not deliver the time and effort in the years to advance. Then you need to envision some better future. You need to have some hope and some belief more or less the general idea how the things should look like. You need to gather the dedicated team, so gather your colleagues who would believe in such a vision that we can do things in a different manner. And you need to do your planning. Like for any mountain attack, you need to search and look for what kind of equipment you need to have. You need to do the multi-step plan. Things, first thing, second thing, third thing that you need to do. You need to secure the resources. So very often you need to persuade someone to fund your strategy project. You need to go to AGM, or you need to go to the board members, or you need to go to the foundation or any other grant maker. Whoever, you need to persuade them that this is actually a very good investment of your time and money to do it. Sometimes it's pretty difficult to explain to people why you should do the strategy. So that's why you need to be personally convinced that you need one, and you should have some kind of a vision that you are showing the people that what you are trying to achieve. Then, get some auditor or consultant. Basically, the problems are natural. The problems come from us. We are the source of the problem. Our wiki way of doing things is the source of the problem. Our ideas and concepts that we live with are the source of the problem, and the environment, our skill set, and the people we work with is the set of the problem. It gives us a lot of strength, a lot of credibility, a lot of opportunities, but it creates the problems on its own. So it's very unlikely that we could get out of these problems just by ourselves. It's very hard to get out of the swamp by pulling your hair out of it, like Münchhausen did. So you need some kind of a help. It's better to ask for it early. It's better not to wait to crumble. It's good not to wait for some kind of a fire. It's much better to work with these problems, issues, to grow when everything is actually in order. When your organization is running quite successfully, when you have a lot of momentum, when the people believe in you, when you believe in you, and you just want to build the better organization on it. So basically we decided to hire a first consultant and then to think about the next consultants in the next steps. Step 2 was the analysis. So we started with the organizational audit with something like 360 degrees interviews. So basically everyone was interviewed, from the volunteers, through staff, board members, audit committee, everyone, all the stakeholders that you could have. The consultant did over 30, almost 40 interviews with particular stakeholders, meeting with them in person. It required a lot of effort running across the Poland, which is not such a small country, but it's being done. The auditor even went to one of our events to see how the things actually play out at Wild with the community and what the community is in our case. Then we got the recommendations. What is very important in any audit, you agree on something like a compiled set of recommendations, which has been based on the interviews and the documents review, internal processes review. Some of these recommendations were not really new, like you may hire a manager or some kind of a coordinator. Yes, we knew that, but it's good to have it on the paper. Some things were very good in detail. For instance, we knew that we need some kind of a better information on the resources that we are using. But then we learned that you need just a better analytics, so this requires a new accounting plan. A new accounting plan, what it is. You learn a lot of new things when you are on the board of a Wikimedia chapter. Some ideas were known, but something like dusted, considered low priority, maybe too fragile to talk with the people on the general assemblies, like legal reviews, maybe better office, maybe better development budget on the people, on yourself, more in-person meetings, actually higher costs of having the board. These were actually the recommendations of the auditor. And these recommendations could tell you that you need to change your focus when you ask for it. You just reprioritize. So basically, I think 90% of the things that this will be, if you do this audit, will be the things that you knew, or maybe you are more or less aware of, if you are long enough with the organization. However, they will be shown in a very different angle, showing you why you should actually go in this priority with these things. And there is an extra value, of course. It will be very nice for you to have recommendations in one place, structured, clearly described, and this will be something that you will be able to show somebody to. Something like an actionable to-do list with an explanation why you need to do it, and you need to fund it. After that, we did some nicer stuff. Firstly, we did some real facilitated SWOT TOS analysis. We did it in two groups. One of them was the staff mixed with volunteers, and the other was the board by itself, to draw two different pictures of the organization, its strengths, weaknesses, and something like a competitive strategy for the organization for the next years, to see where we are and if we are willing to actually expand the organization, or maybe we need to secure what we have, maybe we need to completely pivot it to do different things. After that, the board did have space to discuss high-level goals, craft the new mission statements for the people so we know what we're doing, and through that we could create space for the people to share some like a deeper thoughts that could be not present on the regular meetings of the board. If you find it useful, please do such a facilitated meeting with someone. After that, we went for 4 days with more than 40 hours of work for the strategy retreat, to actually work on a spreadsheet with goals, projects, and metrics. Because the general strategy that you all know, the very general document saying that we want to invest in these general things, is a nice thing to start with. But in the end of the day, we wanted to have a strategic plan with actual metrics, with the budget more or less detailed for the 3 years, saying what we are willing to invest, what will be the programs, projects, what we want to deliver, basically, which results we expect from it. It was a lot of brainstorming. It was a lot of challenging ourselves and each other with our expectations, what we want to deliver as the organization. It's a very important and a healthy discussion for you, probably, to take as a board, to really draw the metrics for every program and project that you are doing as the organization, every single one. So, the result. We were working on a balanced scorecard system, which was a little bit tweaked, because we are an NGO, not a company. So, looking from the bottom to the top, we were working on the research and development layer. So what we need to learn, what we need to develop in the organization, which translates into internal processes, which need to be created, strengthened, changed in the organization. Then it translates to the external processes that we really want to improve. For instance, type of the contact, and the support that we are giving to the GLAM partners. Then you have the financial results to check if your budget is actually able to fund the actions that you are taking, and the community perspective to see if your community, if your values, if your environment is happy with the results that you are achieving as the organization. Because this is our final task as the NGO. If you don't know the balanced scorecards thing, it's a way of working that basically you are setting some kind of number of objectives in terms of finances, in terms of content that you want to deliver. Let's say you want to deliver 150,000 files uploaded in the year 2021, and then you want to fundraise, or at least to be 50,000 PLN surplus on the end of the day, and then you attach the particular metrics to particular projects within the programs. So we go to the very fine detail with particular projects to see then what is the final outcome and if you are happy with what you're getting. The nice thing of the spreadsheet is that you can go into the detail and then you can go up to see it from the higher perspective, and you can cross-validate and you can do a number of reality checks whether the things that you are willing to achieve, if they are actually achievable. And in the other hand, you see that, for instance, you may achieve much more if you just start demanding from yourself much more. Or if you create the program like that and program like that, and it turns out that you can actually achieve 5 times, 10 times better results if you just go with a different route with your organization, if you just scale up. In the result, what we got. What we did not get is the very precise 3 years plan in advance. I don't have the budget for the year 2022, and I will have it by the end of the 2021. What I have a pretty clear goals for 2020. I have not so clear goals, quite draft goals for 2021 with some ideas to develop later. And the year 2022, it has some goals, but it has a very rough sketch of the plan, how I'm getting there. However, what we see is some kind of a perspective. I see that what is the size of the organization in the year of 2022. I more or less know how I want to develop the organization. I already know what is the skill set that I'm missing, what is the skill set what I'm having now, and how I need to develop my organization to be successful in 3-5 years. I already know what kind of board members I need to recruit. I already know what kind of hiring strategy I will need to follow in a year or two. What is a more or less prioritization of my next employees that I am willing to have. What is the prioritization on the kind of internal procedures that I need to develop. I am seeing what kind of programs I will need to re-evaluate in 6 or 12 months, and I'm seeing what kind of a program I will need to start in 6 months, because it was basically missing in the portfolio, and we believe that our stakeholders expect us to deliver here. And stakeholders means both readers and the partnerships and the community as well. What I can tell you is that this kind of a perspective really helps you in the thinking about your organization, about saying yes to some projects, and about proactively looking into advanced things that will need to happen in, like, say, in 2 years. But also it's great to say no, because we Wikipedians are very often volunteers, and we are very used to say yes to the people who come us with some great ideas or who just ask us for our help. This is who we are. We are just nice, friendly people very often. What we really need to learn is prioritization and saying no. Saying no to some partners, to some stakeholders, saying that these things will not happen because they just don't make sense in the general scheme of things. They are very low priority. And at least after such a work, it's very easy, or at least it's much easier for you to say no, or to say later, or to show them that, okay, but we need to build this and this capability to achieve this thing. Finally, what we have is making it happen. Sounds like fun. It's not so much. We are in the beginning of this step. We will be doing step after step after step. It will require a number of facilitated meetings. It will require a number of procedures to write and internal changes to implement, and the new people to hire or to reorient, and to changing the board description, and to changing the role and responsibilities of the stakeholders. But we are doing it, and we are really motivating to do this this very heavy work because we see some kind of a future. We see a better future where the people have the better described tasks, then their strategic board will be strategic, not operational, where the staff is not much better guided and oriented, where the community has actually much more ways to be used by the organization, by used in terms of using their skills, their ideas, with being important for the organization, with the roles to follow. So why you should use this approach? Maybe not just to get the bigger picture and to be more strategic as the boards. It may help you to bring some structure to this huge drawer of tasks that are just falling on you in a very random times. It is something maybe not so wiki, but it helps you to assign objectives and tasks to specific people who are becoming owners of some kind of a task, which is not always the case in the wiki world. And what is maybe the most important thing, it gives you the way to track your progress. These metrics really work. It can really show you where you're performing well, where you're not performing well, and then where you can improve on yourself. It's a cool thing to do. So if you have some time, like a question or two, I'm here to reply to you. And anyway, you can find me and ask me during the conference and afterwards. That's the mail. And these are the credits. Any questions?
Still have 4 minutes, so.
France.
Michael, this is quite impressive. Sorry, Michael, this is quite impressive. And you did a lot of preparations. For example, the 30-60 degrees interviews. But then you stated it's staff, it's volunteers, it's us as board members. During which step did you interview, so to say, your partners, the outside world?
We did something like a very brief interview during this analytical step, and to be honest, we ran out of resources because these interviews took they were counted as 150 hours of the consultants, including the work with documents and so forth, transcripts and everything. We did some talk with the partners. However, we will talk with the partners in the later stage as well.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, that's true. I agree that it's a very important stakeholder to talk with.
I have the question that how easy was for you to find a consultant who can handle this volunteer-based civil organization, because we tried and we failed because everybody was prepared for big international organizations,
yes,
departments, leaderships, and so on.
Yes, that's true. And our budget was completely not in the scope of regular consulting companies, because a lot of consulting companies were interested in what we are doing. However, we were clearly not in the budget of these companies. Thankfully, because the boards, I believe that the board members need to have some resources, including contacts. So we had a former board member who used to be who owns a company, and then they have the connections, and they have the connections with consulting companies who work with small business, medium business, with family-owned companies, something like dozens, like up to 100 or 200 employed people, and they were willing to work with us. The same is with the academics. Sometimes at the universities there are something like a small consulting companies or units, like a business psychologist and so on and so forth, and they are more willing to work with you. And third thing is there are specialized even NGOs or the companies working with NGOs. In the future, we are willing to hunt for the support which is even cost-free, which is dedicated to the NGOs. The problem in Poland is that there is a lot of potential recipients of this kind of a support. So you need to really compete here. Anything more? You have some? Any question? Oh, here.
Are you going to redraw this plan yearly to have always the 3-year strategy?
Sorry?
Are you going to redraw this plan yearly?
But the basic assumption is that it's updated yearly. So each year we are to see to do that at least once a year. But once a year you do the major review, that you check your goals and your achievements, and you need to plan the next year, and you make your year 1 and year 2 much more detailed. And of course, if you are clearly missing something, that you should react more often earlier. So it's a rolling process. Yeah, Tomasz? Okay, so we'll talk. Thank you very much for your attention, and yeah, we can chat.
One, two.
So just as a segue into our next session, just want to welcome you all. Thank you for being here. We had an expectation that this session would be about a conversation around community capacity development, as this was what we were asked to present on. So Asaf will be doing a quick number of slides to show you all our plans around community capacity development, and certainly hearing your feedback about how and to what extent this serves the needs of the CEE region. But there's also, I think, some deeper and wider conversations going on over this weekend. The movement strategy, the future of CEE. These are all bigger strategic questions that have been part of the conversation. And so we thought it would be a good idea as well that we could use this session to have the presentation by Asaf around community capacity development, but then put a pause and have a wider conversation with me as the Chief of Community Engagement at the Foundation, as well as with Dariusz, who is one of our board trustees, to have a conversation with you all as cherished community members on what you think the foundation should do more of, to have a strategic dialogue around your goals and aspirations. And this also offers me the chance since I've joined the foundation just some 8 months ago, to share with all of you as well my thoughts about what some strategic goals or a vision for our work going forward could be. So we're hoping that that will be open, consultative, civil, and just a dialogue. And I'm also interested to hear your thoughts to guide the work for us as we go forward. So does that sound like something you would enjoy, that would be helpful, and just shake your head no or yes if you think it's good?
Or somebody else's head.
Or somebody else's head. You can shake someone else's head. Well, let's, yes, please.
Yes, it is. You have to list them all if that's at the end of the program.
In the bottom, there's a list.
And somebody else feel free to yeah, we are until it starts.
So let's kick off. Of course, at any point, if you'd like it to go in one direction or another, just feel free to let us know. But let me hand off to Asaf.
Yeah, for the discussion part, we'll take our seats here. Okay, in line with this introduction, I will keep my comments brief to leave as much time as possible for discussion. But I did want to actually give everybody in the room a brief overview of capacity building efforts at the Wikimedia Foundation, not just from the last quarter or the last year, but to really get everyone in the room here more or less caught up, including about things that happened maybe before you joined the movement or that you just didn't know about. And then we will all have sort of a shared understanding to kick off our discussion. So, can everybody hear me? Is this clear? Yes? Okay. So, I'll start by saying the Wikimedia Foundation was founded and was started with a technical mandate to solve, to own the servers, to register a trademark, to do very basic things for the platform, to serve the communities and to take over from Jimmy, who ran it from his basement at one point. And for a long time, that was what the foundation did. It took care of the platform, it registered trademarks, it had a legal advisor. It didn't really do anything to help particular communities, right? It was focused on, as the phrase goes, keeping the lights on, making sure the servers run. Those of you who've been around remember they used to not run sometimes. So that was the focus. And technology was also the thing that was relatively easier for the foundation to invest in, because technology is easier to understand and it's more global. It doesn't depend so much on particular geographic and linguistic contexts. So that was kind of the natural way things were for a while. And one early element of capacity building that the foundation did invest in was also in technology, in the so-called hackathons that were attached to Wikimania, to the conference. Those were some of the earliest attempts to deliberately transfer knowledge, cultivate volunteer capacities at early events. Then we came up with the grants program, which was started in 2009, 10 years ago. And the grants program in the beginning was a very simple way. It was just a meta page for chapters at the time to request funding and be considered, and maybe yes, maybe no, they could get some funding from the foundation's general fundraising. That was not directly capacity building, but it was resource sharing at least. And these resources, of course, enabled chapters to grow. Many of your organizations have benefited from our grants program. But the more strategic turn happened in 2009, 2010 with the first strategy process. Some of you remember it. And I usually describe it as the first time the foundation began seriously paying attention to the rest of the world, to things that were happening not in English, to things that were happening not in the US, not in the UK, to the rest of the world. What, of course, the foundation was aware that Wikipedia is also written in Polish or Serbian, but it was like, all right, that's awesome. Some Serbian speakers are writing Wikipedia in Serbian. We don't know anything else about them, but it's great. So during the strategy process was more or less the first time the foundation began thinking strategically, began thinking about what do we need to do to better support these communities, to see about needs that maybe aren't being surfaced when we only listen to English speakers, and also to how to develop communities where communities had not developed organically. That big strategy process, and I won't go into details, the things are documented, it's on Meta. That strategy process resulted in one big recommendation to do with capacity building, which was the so-called catalyst projects. And the catalyst projects were deliberate attempts to catalyze, to speed up the creation of Wikimedian activity in areas of the world that were considered strategic because they were large and populous, areas like India and Brazil and North Africa, where work was not proceeding as fast as it was in other parts of the world. The idea makes sense on the face of it. You know, it's not going very fast in India. Let's catalyze it. Let's put some resources into it. The plan, to cut a long story very short, the plan was too ambitious, not well enough thought out, and it didn't work. And again, the details are for another time, but these catalysts, by and large, did not achieve their intended goal in that model of the foundation hiring people and trying to make work happen in those regions, which actually led us to change our strategy. Already in 2012, 2013, the foundation shifted to not trying to make things happen on the ground in different parts of the world, but to supporting people in those regions in the world, and not only through the grants program, as was the case until then. So alongside the grants program, we built a learning and evaluation team that was beginning to collect systematically some learnings, and you have seen their work in things like learning patterns on Meta. They weren't around forever, since always. We created an education team that has systematically supported people who were trying to create an education program in their respective communities. And we also added more grants programs to meet the very different needs of different communities. That's when we created the FDC, later the IEG and project grants and all these different developments in how we share resources. Now, when we sunsetted the catalysts, when we kind of stopped investing in that model, shortly afterwards we wanted to do more proactive work on capacity building rather than programmatic work. Rather than running a program somewhere, we wanted to enable and help a local team build its capacity to run programs and do work. And a major project towards that was the project that I was running, the Community Capacity Development Project, which started with a year of research to find out some of our community's needs. And that was more or less the first time we systematically interviewed communities in very long interviews, mostly of emerging communities, and found out what are the biggest pain points, what are the biggest needs communities have, where we surfaced some things that you will still hear troubling us today. Volunteer retention, which has been talked about a lot even today in 2019. Conflict engagement. And these are things that are also soft skills, so to speak. These are not readily solvable with technology. Technology can help, by the way. And as you know, we have a community health initiative these days, which is building technical tools to help with conflict and to help with harassment, etc. But these are fundamentally non-technological problems. And this research phase of the Community Capacity Development Program was when we finally formalized that these are things that all of our communities, or almost all of our communities, struggle with, need help with. But there were also other things like press relations, on-wiki technical skills, and even Wikidata, which at the time was still a relatively new and poorly understood platform outside the 3 or 4 big communities that had embraced it enthusiastically. And so after this research phase, the CCD program, the Community Capacity Development Program, began in a pilot level. Basically, there was enough budget for me and some travel to do some pilot level events, and we did that. And with each community, with several communities in emerging communities, I tried to focus on one capacity and to help that community overcome one obstacle or one plateau where they were not managing to grow, and see if we can give them a one-time boost. The idea was, of course, the foundation cannot possibly support all communities in all capacities all the time. The idea was to identify points where a little boost can help a community kind of go happily on its way and continue growing organically. That model, if I do say so myself, was successful. It was successful in that the capacities, the particular capacities that I sought to build with these communities, and there's a report about it, you can find it on Meta if you go to CCD, all caps, CCD. In that page there's a description of the program. This is in fact the page, and somewhere here, does this work? Somewhere down here there is a evaluation report. Not down here, up here, yeah. The evaluation of the pilot year, where I explain why I consider it a success and I make some recommendations. But the model of coming to a community, to the country, and delivering training and help and mentorship in the local language through interpreters if necessary, which is a high-touch model, right? It's not an investment in technology. It's an investment in direct contact with a particular community in its particular context. That model seems to have done a lot of good for those communities in those capacities. And the test for me is whether a capacity once built stays built. Like, if that is the last time someone would need to help that community with that sort of thing. And one, I think the clearest example I can cite, just so that it's not very abstract in my account, and I don't want to go into too much detail, is the adoption of Wikidata in India. When I started doing these interventions in 2016, practically none of the Indian communities, there are many different communities in India as you know, was actively using Wikidata for anything except InterWiki and maybe a few label translations. But they were not modeling data, they were not proposing new properties, they were not querying Wikidata. And I'm sure many of you have already heard me go on about Wikidata and how powerful it is. But I personally went from major city to major city in India and trained each of the major Indian communities in Wikidata and kind of brought them along. And happily, I will never have to do that again. Every one of the major Indian communities now has at least a core of volunteers who are comfortable and active in Wikidata and can now train other volunteers, etc., etc. Nobody would ever have to kind of jumpstart Wikidata adoption in India. Now, we can, discuss, we won't, but we could discuss why was that even necessary? Why was that, why didn't the community spontaneously adopt it? But that's a conversation for another time. But this is, I wanted to give you a concrete example of the kind of capacity building I'm talking about in the context of the CCD program. As I mentioned, we were also doing capacity building through the education team, through the community tech team, and other parts of the foundation. So, more recently, we have created the programs team that has a GLAM officer that is doing similar things to what the education team has been doing for several years for education program organizers. Now there is more formal support for GLAM organizers in the movement, which for many years there was not. We have right now just concluded a MOOC, a massively online course, with education program organizers. So now there's not just support by the team, but there's also concrete learning materials for education organizers. And the final item in my kind of history of capacity building is that right now my team, my new team, the community development team, is working on designing a learning platform which will basically be a self-service set of resources, of study resources. Some of them will be MOOCs will be basically courses with videos and tutorials and resources. And others may not be a full MOOC, but just a bunch of resources and links and screencasts maybe. But the idea would be that you would be able to come to this platform and select a task or a course that you are interested in doing. For example, I want to learn how to handle a mass image donation. And those of you who have dealt with something like this know that there's actually at least 17 different skills and 17 different tasks that are involved with receiving a mass image donation. It's not just about commons, it's not just about the metadata. There's a bunch of things you need to do it well. And even though each of these tasks is more or less documented somewhere on Meta, it's actually hard for someone who has never done it before, in a community that has never done it before, to follow something coherent and say, okay, I need to learn this, and then that, and then I will know what I need to know to handle a mass image donation. I hope this example makes sense. So that would be, for example, a course with several modules, and at the end of that course, you should be able to handle a mass image donation, for example. So this learning platform would be self-service, entirely online, translatable, of course, so that people would be able to consume it in their own pace, in their own language, and including a lot of people who, for example, would never make it to a conference or to a learning day event. So that's sort of the big piece of news from my particular team. One last thing I will say about the learning platform is that it will also allow us to discover volunteers who have skills, which is difficult for us to do at the moment. So if someone comes to me and says, hey, I need someone to help me with a mass image donation, I can think off the top of my head of 4 or 5 people that I would recommend, but they're always the same 4 or 5 people. And that's a shame, right? It shouldn't be that all the burden goes to these 4 or 5 people. And also, if one of you in the meantime has picked up the skills to do a mass image donation, I don't necessarily know about it. This platform will enable us to track which modules people have completed entirely optionally. You can opt in whether you want to, appear in search results, but it'll allow me and other sort of program officers at the foundation to answer questions of the form, who knows Wikidata queries and speaks Arabic, for example, which is a difficult question to answer at the moment. So I hope this is looks like something new and useful to you. This is my little overview of our various efforts. There's plenty more detail about each of these, and I'm happy to send you links or refer you to things. I deliberately didn't use slides. I didn't want to make it too much about what has already been, because, as Val said, we want to use the time for dialogue. We want to share some ideas with you. I'll hand over to Val in a second, and then we'll really appreciate input from you about what would be most useful for you, for the foundation to support you in. Given that these things already exist, there are grants, there is going to be a learning platform, but we're really interested in what are the big challenges you see that you feel less supported in, or that you would like us to do something about. I think that's it. Val, is there anything else you want me to cover? Okay. Yeah. Questions about this before we launch into the discussion? Everybody's shocked and tired after lunch.
What is the expected time frame for that learning platform?
We are designing it. We are designing it this year. We hope next year to have some kind of pilot that you can play with already.
What about these translations? Do you have plans to do it completely volunteer translations, or as it was in strategic process that there will be priority language which will get some outside support for translation, or how about the rest of the languages which are not top 20 languages in the world?
That's an excellent question, and the honest answer is I don't know.
So I think in terms of the we've put, I think, in this particular financial year a budget allocation for translation in 4 to 5 languages, and what we want to know going forward as well is that if you can give us your feedback on some additional language translations, that would be helpful for us, I think, in order to budget for it and plan for it. But the thinking is to try to double that number in the coming financial year. So if you have any specific feedback on that, we would welcome it. But definitely, I think translations is a big aspect that we'll be investing more in. So I feel like there's a post-lunch kind of. Can you feel it? I can feel it. Like there's just like everyone's like. Look, I mean, I think we have for the remaining just over half an hour, the opportunity just for some open dialogue amongst us all. I certainly came here, as I said yesterday at the opening, to be in listening and learning mode. And in the next month, or in this past month, and by next month, I will be visiting 3 regional conferences to have these kinds of conversations. The time is so precious, therefore, to have the chance to speak to you all and hear from you all what are some of the core and key community engagement services, investments, funding, training, support that you think are most important for us to know about as we go back and plan and organize. So we'd love to hear from you. I'd love to also share some of my thoughts and my vision, but let's open up the discussion.
Okay, then I started. So I participated at least more than one learning day or learning days before, and I feel this kind of learnings are very useful. I personally, and I know that others as well are very inspired and felt very useful these trainings, and I think this could be useful in the future as well. So I don't think that it should be. I don't think that it is a plan, but just I wanted to express that I feel these occasions useful. And one more thing that what I think it is very hard to solve, and we should, even if we did already earlier, we should take attention on it, that what is the best way, or how can we make our communities more welcoming and friendly, because this is a very hard task which needs specific, I mean, not easy to solve, and needs a long time solution, a long time effort to change, and everybody has to learn how to do, and I'm sure it's not easy.
Thank you.
Maybe we can gather a couple of comments and then just have a dialogue back and forth. That would be great.
I can only second that comment with the community not being welcoming enough. Because when you speak about the retention, in my experience, we do have people who are coming and who are interested in participation, but that they are soon put off by the old guard who doesn't want to let them in, doesn't want to welcome them. So yes, something that would help us understand why that is happening and what we can do to not have that happening. Right, thank you.
So I agree with that, and in my chapter we had a lot of struggle convincing people that editor retention is worth focusing on and giving up other things for, and that takes me to the main question. The movement does a lot of things, and most of them have started sort of organically. Like there are some things which are very popular because they are easy to copy. There are some things, for example, we started education programs because it seemed like a good way to attract editors. It turned out to be completely not the case. So now we are still doing them and saying that they are a good way to create content. So we have been in the past not very intentional about what kind of things we are doing, and as a consequence we have not been very intentional about what kind of capacities we are building, whether those capacities are really where the major impact lies. So I am wondering if how much intention there is to control what are the really important capacities versus the capacities which are cool and let you do work, but in maybe not that strategic work.
Do you want to comment on anything? I can as well.
Maybe a comment or two from the back.
Any thought? Yes, there's some comments from the back.
Firstly, thank you for the presentation. When it comes to community engagement, one other issue that comes to my mind is the security, because we also tackle hot topics like LGBT issues, which is one topic that I contribute a lot personally. And I think that we should make sure that we create a safe space for the people that want to contribute on this topic that are quite sensitive, let's say. And based on my personal experience, once I was verbally attacked just because I presented this project on Wikipedia that wants to raise awareness on this topic, which is lacking quite a lot, I guess, not only on Albanian Wikipedia, where I contribute the most. So yeah, I would really like to also kind of focus this dialogue today on this part of how we can take safety measurement in this case. Thank you.
So let me pause for a quick second, see if there are comments from the three of us, and then we'll take another round. Darsh, do you want to say anything?
I can say one thing. I mean, when you're frustrated that the old farts and veterans are occupying the space, I totally understand. I think the natural trajectory is that you're frustrated with this, and when it's finally getting easier, you're the old fart. So that's how it works. But of course, we need to make, try to proactively, invite people more, and we're pretty bad at this as the community. I don't think it's the foundation thing. I think it's us collectively who are really bad at it too.
I'd like to make a couple of comments, and I'll stand up because being 5'2" is no fun. I just want to say a couple of things. Firstly, that I'm so heartened to hear this first round of comments. We've touched on a couple of really important things. Certainly, I think the welcoming nature of our community and our movement was raised, right? Whether it is for people from the LGBTQ plus community or others that are traditionally somewhat marginalized or not included here. The fact that you raise it and have consciousness around it, I truly welcome that. Certainly from my perspective, part of what community engagement, the department that Asaf and I belong to, needs to focus on in the coming year and beyond is addressing a number of things. Firstly, this concept of newcomers. So whenever I speak, since I joined the foundation, the first thing I ask is, how many of you are here for the first time? And we did it yesterday as well. To know who here or who participates for the first time, even if it is in an on-wiki way, and to ask them qualitatively, how has it been? Have you been welcomed? Has it gone well? Were the interfaces user-friendly? Did you have access to training and mentorship when you needed it? Did you like it? Will you stay? So part of what I would like to do as part of my vision as well is to create continuing programs for newcomers, people who are new to editing, to organizing, to supporting or to being in part of the governance of an affiliate, to make sure that we know who they are, that we continually reach out to them and keep them in a network and support them by linking them to those that have been here for longer. I wouldn't call those people old farts, but what I would, but I would say that they are mentors. I want to also point one more thing out when we talk about newcomers in a welcoming environment, is that when you look at where the world is today, not our world, not the wiki world, but the world, the bigger world, the real life, right? There are huge parts of the world where people are between the ages of, I call this the youth bulge, but my team laughs at me because it's kind of a weird phrase. People who are under the age of 35 in wide swathes of the world. How many of them are joining our movement? It's a moment to pause and think about it. Those people are younger, they are connected, they are increasingly formally educated, so they're tech savvy, but are they here? Another thing I want to point out is that half of the world is female. So when we think about Wikigap, Wikiwomen, and so on, the incredible work that our colleagues here do, Rosie is here, Camelia is here, there's another dimension to supporting gender equality and gender balance within our movement, which is this. That's half of the world. That's half of the world. We want to make sure that we welcome them and that the content we develop is by them, for them, and with them. So this is, I think, a big thing, that notion of welcoming. I want to make another comment about safety and security, which has also been picked up, and civility. The number of complaints that we have had, or incidences in our community in the last year, has doubled. I want to share it with you because there's no reason to keep that secret. That means that there is a growing trend of incivility. And that is something we as a community have to make a decision about. What do we want? So one very clear thing that we have done is to link a friendly space policy and safe and secure spaces with the provision of a grant for a community event such as this. That is to make a value judgment to say when we meet, we prioritize, we consider it important that this be safe and secure. But I think civility is an important thing to bring up because it is happening more and more, that incidences of incivility are occurring. So let me now pass to, I hope I've covered a couple of thoughts. Gergo had a comment on more thoughtful capacity development, right, Gergo? Did I get your... Yeah, Asaf, do you feel you can take that?
Yeah, and I'd also like to follow up on one thing you said, Val, about harassment. You can also see progress. For example, in this issue of safe space policies, some of you may remember that 5-6 years ago, this was an unknown concept in our movement. Nobody mentioned it, nobody spoke about it, and we had conferences, and there was no friendly space policy, and there was no safety team, etc., etc. And then one year it was brought up, and it began to be socialized across the movement. And yes, some cultures are more open and ready for that concept than others, and it took a while to socialize. And the grants team, as it funds events like this, began to suggest to have a friendly space policy. And a couple of years later, it is no longer a suggestion. It is now a condition of having an event. But we couldn't have gone from A to Z in a moment. We couldn't have just said, no more events for you unless you agree to this policy. It takes a while to socialize these ideas in the movement, and we also need to be conscious of the quite significant cultural gaps across our truly global community. But I wanted to point this out as a good example that you are all familiar with of actual gradual progress in at least in-person safety and civility. And I also want to point out methodically, Val, that the increase in incidents could also be, partly at least, an increase in awareness and in reporting, which, we're not sure how to interpret that. About priorities, and I would like to amplify something that was half said in two comments here. I feel there is a very strong sense of big, intractable community health problems that the particular communities are yearning for someone, the foundation, the movement, to help with. To your point, obviously, technically, as Darius said, the Slovak community is ultimately responsible for how the Slovak community receives people, and the Esperanto community likewise, etc., right? Ultimately. But I sense that when you say we need to be more welcoming, we want the foundation's help in somehow getting the community to be more welcoming. In other words, you're saying we don't seem to be able to do that. Our community does not seem to be able to evolve, to make that change. And I believe you, because I know something about our communities, and I've seen other communities struggle with this. There is an acknowledgement that there needs to be change, but how to actually do it, how to evolve our policies, how to resist toxic personalities has been difficult. And I want to suggest to you that the foundation and the broader movement can have a role to play here. Obviously not in legislating to you. We are not going to start making policy on your wiki. We don't want to, and we couldn't, as you know. But we could play a role with our global perspective and with our global resources. We could play a role to facilitate this conversation, this difficult struggle to find the path forward. For example, with our trainings here at events. Just 2 days ago at Learning Day, one of the modules that I delivered was about a culture of experimentation, because I think experimentation, disciplined experimentation, is a huge missing component in our communities' kind of self-governance. Our communities have a tendency to calcify, to just, this is how we've always done things, so this is how we will always do things, and yes, it sucks, but we don't know how to change it. So I think experimentation is one ticket out of that mess. And it's not guaranteed, and it takes iterations, but that's an example of me from the outside, from the foundation, trying to encourage communities to break away from the vicious cycle of frustration and stasis. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Asaf said. I think the foundation has been historically pretty good at giving technologies to communities to choose from. But I think, picking back on your idea, I think it is great that maybe we are at a stage when the foundation can offer procedures and solutions, and like offer basically a shop with things we can pick from. And in this respect, of course, if there are initiatives or procedures or things that we can do to be more inclusive, we do not need to really reinvent the wheel all the time. And this would be nice. I would love to see it not only in capacity building, but also maybe in financing and organizational building and research, many other areas. Because when I sat on the FDC and in my role now, I see that chapters, the affiliates, do amazing things, but I do not know all that well about those amazing things between each other. So learning from the foundation and from the affiliates, creating a sort of like ideal solutions to pick from would be maybe a good start.
Only 2 words. Remember, we are not talking only about Wikipedia and not only about content. We are a movement, so we are a family to do the things in a certain way. We have a philosophy that goes out our project, so people-centered vision about everything.
Well, I have a technical question. First, I want to comment that I'm pretty glad to hear that the level of civility has increased over time at conferences. But in the recent couple of months, there was a lot going on regarding the ban list in the movement, which enlists people who have violated the friendly space policy at Wikimedia-related events. So I want to ask who has access to this list, and is it possible to be distributed to any experienced members of the communities who would like to have access to it?
Hello, I would like to add on the question of civility and capacity building. So that what I'm feeling like, maybe I'm wrong and I fail to notice something, but the civility work of the foundation at the moment is very much reactive. So like it is
in the past few years there were easy ways to build reporting systems for incidents into trust safety, to the event safety team, there is a good workflow of reacting to these incidents, which is a good achievement. But what is probably something we could have changed is that on one hand, there is no after the incident, so like the person is banned, and when this person probably is coming back or when this person is still interacting with others, the incident is closed as soon as the person is banned for some period. And the second part is, which is probably most important, that there is no proactive work with the community. So if we notice that there is no like, I don't see that there is any work going on, like this community has incidents related to this topic, so probably there is need to help this community to work better with this problem. Like if something provokes incidents, there should be probably some analysis how to on conflict resolution or on I don't know, local policies or whatever, to basically make more on prevention of harassment and on reaction to harassment and incivility. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for this panel. I wanted to comment on the innovation thing. I think that it's a very good remark that we should design and think about the innovation from the beginning to the end. My thing is that I think that in the very beginning we were great innovators, especially communities like Polish, Serbian, Ukrainian, whatever, because the Wikimedia Foundation was non-existent in our early times, we were founded against actually United States, not with the United States, and then for many years we were just totally left alone. So all these communities created their very own ways and projects and programmatic activities and thinking, which is very different from between the particular countries and contexts. So it would be very good to preserve this kind of innovation attitude, especially when we go to the more professional approach with metrics and delivered success and so on and so forth. So in the programmatic design, we remember that we allocate some kind of some portion of resources to the innovation. So we have the portfolio approach and we have some safe programs and projects. We have less safe and secure projects, and we have the just clear some percentage for the innovation to see if it happens to be successful or not. And then we just made a good learnings. I wanted to use this American word, learnings from the projects, so we understand what failed and why it failed or what did succeed, so we can just improve between each other. And just one thing, as Dariusz mentioned, the FDC, for me it was always very important that the affiliates can learn from each other, and the Wikimedia Foundation can learn from affiliates, because the affiliates do a lot of this groundwork that the Wikimedia Foundation cannot do simply. And that's it.
Yes, hello, thank you for the conversation up to now and the presentation. I have the feeling that something is missing. Lots of what you're proposing or revealing from the past as well is designed for persons, so to say. It's personal development. But persons work better and more efficient if they work in teams. And that's what happened at the movement as well. We have user groups, we have chapters, people that work together in organizing conferences, etc. And I wonder whether aiding, helping, supporting those entities is not missing from your ideas. Yeah, that is clear enough. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I just wanted to add something to my previous comment and your reaction, that beside that we focus on newcomers and gaps, it's important to focus as well on the existing community, because community health is very important, and if there are, so the civility in the community is very basic. If we want to have these members keep there, retain there, and we want to have newcomers, what is the mood, what is the feeling in the community is an essential thing for people like to be there or not, and we don't need to talk about conflict or conflict management. It's easy if the people are not friendly or helpful each other. It's already toxic for long term as a community.
Are there any plans to involve these affiliates and volunteers into building this learning platform, or will it be like built just by the team and the foundation?
Let me leave the last question for Asaf to take, and then just summarize some comments that I think the second round, which was very helpful. I'm not sure what the answer is to your question, Kirill, but let me find out. I know that functionaries do have access to the list of who is banned, but who else has access to this? I'm not sure, but I'll find out for you. I want to note the fact that civility and conflict has come up quite a lot in this conversation, and it varies from region to region. So I just want to notice that. There are three things that we're hoping to do in the coming year, which will hopefully give as holistic an approach as possible. The first is to propose and to sensitize and to seek feedback and input into a universal code of conduct. I'm hoping, because this is reflected in movement strategy, I'm hoping that this goes all the way, and that as movement strategy reaches its next stage or its next set of concrete decisions, that this will be there and strongly focused on, because certainly I think that that is an important thing. A universal code of conduct will be co-created with community input, but it will be universal and will be shared with different language communities and wikis around the world, wiki communities around the world, to see if there can be some sort of agreement or consonance around what are minimum rules for the road that we all agree are important. So we hope that this will be embraced by community. I welcome your thoughts and I welcome your feedback on a universal code of conduct. The second thing that we are hoping to do is to refresh our thinking and our funding and our work around combating harassment. And for this, a more usable and immediate and responsive incident reporting system is in the works, as well as combining that with a number of technical solutions such as IP masking that we're thinking about to provide a quick response. The third thing that we're thinking about in this whole area of civility, which again I welcome your thoughts and your feedback on, is deepening the capacity development so that, as you said, communities themselves can think about and sensitize and train their communities around this. So better capacity development in conflict management for our communities, for our affiliate leaders, for our functionaries, for anybody who wants to have that training. What do you do when a conflict breaks out? So conflict management and conflict resolution training. So the Universal Code of Conduct is a big hope that we have, that this will go through in the movement strategy and be endorsed. An enhanced anti-harassment incident reporting system for better and faster tracking, as well as an enhanced training around conflict management. So I wanted to say that is hopefully in the works, and that we welcome your thoughts and feedback on it. And I think I covered everybody's comments, but a quick response, I think, on this last question.
Yeah, certainly we will involve volunteers in creating the content on the learning platform, and even before that we want to involve volunteers in a consultation that we're about to launch about the learning platform itself. Not a yes or no, we are going to build a learning platform. I want to be very clear, that's not the question, but how. There's all kinds of how questions about what kind of data will the platform collect, what kind of uses would it allow, should we allow anyone to create content, or should we only allow people to translate content that has been vetted. These kinds of questions are going to be part of the consultation we're about to launch, and we really look forward to to creating the learning platform with maximal input from the community so that it best serves us. If the platform just sits there and doesn't get a lot of use, that'll be definitely a failure. I will add one thing to Kirill's question about the ban list. One thing I can say is that event organizers are given information about concerns about individuals on an ad hoc basis. If there is a need, if we know that a certain individual, even if they're not banned, but there are concerns or there's been an incident, we let as few people as possible, for privacy reasons, but the relevant people, the organizing team, the safety team at the event, we let them know. We attempt to strike this balance between legitimate privacy concerns, especially when something has not been fully litigated, and also people's safety. Crystal wants to add something to that?
I was all the way in the back, yeah. I can just confirm what Asaf said. The list that we have also holds a lot of private information about the people who are event banned. So this is not something that we can give out just to anybody for privacy reasons. It needs to be those details so that even if the person doesn't show up with his normal name, with his username, for some people we have pictures so that you can recognize the people if they show up. But we do not give this out to just anybody. We give it out on a need-to-know basis. If you hold an event and you're concerned, write to us to ca@wikimedia.org, and we will look if there is any concerns. We might also inform you there are no people in your region where we have concerns about. Or we might let you know there is one person from your region, look out for this person. But we will not give you, for example, the list of people that are banned in the US, because that is not someone who will show up at your event usually.
So we only have 4 more minutes, and I'd rather that we get 3 more minutes. Let me speak fast. Could I know if there are any other thoughts or comments or questions? I really truly welcome this. Any other comments from you all in the last round? I think today, I don't see any hands up. Today I think we move into another session which is about the future for this region. Kirill, you're running that. I'm going to be there also with my eyes and ears wide open to hear what your desires and your goals and your aspirations are, so that we can really think deeply about what we at the foundation do in the right way for you all. I would love to share with you some additional ideas for activities and for work that we have thoughts about or that we are considering. One idea I have that we are discussing within the foundation that we'd love to get your thoughts and your feedback, even if it is to say absolutely not, Val, don't ever do that, is this notion of providing greater resources and supporting and strengthening regional groups. Now, I really look for your feedback on this. What is CEE? What is it? Is it something that meets once a year? And when you're not at a meeting, what is CEE? I'm posing this question, and this morning I was hoping to get some feedback as well on the future of CEE. If CEE did more, if it was more, if there was a platform and a grouping that was maybe on Wiki, meeting once, twice a year, what kinds of things would it be interested to discuss, to have programs around, and how could we at the foundation organize resources and decentralize those to you all, to use, to implement, and to do in a manner that you all decide. You discuss it internally, you reach your decisions, and you work with them. It is a little bit of a rebalancing as well between the resources that are currently held by the foundation. And when I say resources, I'm not only thinking of grants, it's a whole lot of other things, but to try to create a greater sense of regional power, regional empowerment. I'm trying to figure out how does this happen, and could it happen, and is it welcomed? And feel free to tell me this is a bad idea, but it is in my head, and I'm really looking for some thoughtful guidance, even conversation at dinner, to know what you think about that. So let me leave it on that level, and thank you all so much. For Dariush, for Asaf, for Ayan, for our other colleagues from the foundation, wave your hands. There's Crystal, there's Chris, Brooke as well. Please feel, and Carol, please feel free to come to us and let me know if there's anything else that we can do or engage with you on. Thank you so much for your attention in a very warm room. I appreciate you. Thank you.